I'm trying to get started in the next 2 minutes. Sound check 1 2 1 2. Sound check 1 2 1 2.
We can hear you, Councilmember.
Check 1 2. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear and see you, Councilmember.
Check 1 2.
We can hear and see you.
Check 1 2. Good morning. I'm just trying to confirm that someone can hear me. If someone can respond to me, that'll be helpful.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Kyle, I see you unmuted yourself, but I can't hear you. I see Councilmember Henderson.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
On my side. That's a problem. We're gonna get started in 30 seconds. Good morning. I'm Trayon White, Senior, Ward 8 Council Member and Chair of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. Today is Wednesday, October the 18th, 2023, and we are meeting remotely using the Zoom platform. The time is now 11:03 a.m. I'm calling to order this public roundtable of the committee. Today, we were reviewing the following resolutions: PR 25-0281, Director of Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, Sam Abed Confirmation Resolution of 2023. PR 25-0421, Director of Department of Parks and Recreation, Thennie Freeman Confirmation Resolution of 2023. We begin with PR 25-0281, Director of Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, Sam Abed Confirmation Resolution of 2023. With no action, the resolution will be deemed approved on November the 21st, 2023. However, the committee's practice to hold roundtables on nominees for agencies under our jurisdiction before they take office. The Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services was established as a cabinet level agency for the District of Columbia's juvenile justice system that was created by the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services Establishment Act of 2004. The mission of DYRS is to give court-involved youth the opportunity to become more productive citizens by engaging into ongoing youth and family strengthening activities in the least restrictive, most home-like environment consistent with public safety. Currently, DYRS provides services to approximately 250 unique youth and 122 committed youth. The director of DYS plays a critical role in ensuring the mission of the agency is carried out. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses. Before that, I want to also acknowledge that I'm joined by at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson. I'm gonna be working on my sound. So Councilmember Henderson, do you have any open statements or remarks?
Thank you, Councilmember White. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll just give you a signal when I'm done. I appreciate you holding so much this hearing. I do not sit on your committee, but the Department of Parks and Recreation, as well as DRIS, are very important in terms of the work that is happening in the district, and also the various opportunities that are provided to families here, more DPR than others. Had an opportunity to work with Director Freeman thus far, and I'm really excited to hear more about her plans for the agency. I haven't had the opportunity to meet with the nominee for DYRS yet, but I'm keenly interested in their plans, especially as we're seeing the population of youth there go up. I also will have some questions, very in particular, around the medical services that are offered at the two facilities there. Just to make sure that young people are getting the services and care that they need, the medical care that they need while they are in the custody of the district. And so I look forward to both of these nominees and the hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you. As I call the first panel of witnesses that will be promoted to the audience, to begin, we will start with all public witnesses appearing on behalf to allow the maximum time of 3 minutes. Public witnesses of a bona fide organization will be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes to testify. And so we're going to move right ahead. And Cal, can you send me the complete witness list? I'll start with what we have now. We can keep going. I'll start with our first public witness. It's Marty Leroy Thorp Jr. from Shaw East Central Civic Association. And next I have Freeman Hrabowski. Hrabowski. Now forgive me if I mispronounce your name and correct me so I can get it right.
Hello?
Yes, you can go right ahead.
Can you hear me, Mr. Councilman?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this first of all, Bismillah. This is my name is El Haj Marty Leroy J. Thorp Jr. I am the chairman of the Coke Red Hats Patrol and also the president of the East Central Civic Association. I want to give a historical overview before I get into Mr. Osama Abid. Prior to the integration policies of America, Black families were together. You had at least 70 to 80% of Black fathers in the family. The neighborhoods flourished in Rosewood and also the Black Wall Street in Oklahoma. When America implemented the social welfare policy in the 1970s, Black men were taken out of the home. leaving Black children without a father to raise them. As we move forward and with the gentrification policies in America, Black communities have been destroyed. There's really no Black neighborhoods, not just here in the city, but when you look at most urban areas where white folks that generally were out in the suburbs moved back into the cities and took over a lot of the Black neighborhoods, and also enjoyed some of the amenities from these cities, such as dog parks, bike lanes, and beer gardens, while Black people were subjugated to broken down rec centers. Let's look at Turkey Thicket, where you have 3 showers, with one of them just working. The pool is often frigid, and the jacuzzi is not working. These are amenities that Black people can use, but it's no longer feasible because of some of the issues. Moving forward to Mr. Osama Abed. Mr. Abed, who goes by the name Sam, I believe he's Muslim. I don't know why he used that name instead of his God-given Muslim name, but let me just say that here are some of the challenges that he had. DRS had this YLS system, an assessment tool to basically use on our youth. We already have a CAFA system. This system, the YLS system, takes about 3 hours to do an assessment. You know, our kids' attention span is not that good. Not only that, this system was supposed to be up in 6 months. The current vendor is getting paid multiple money over the years. And there's problems also with the person at DRS that runs that wireless system that has a very nasty attitude. I'm wondering if that wireless system was properly vetted in terms of the competition for DRS to actually get that. It may be something that Inspector General want to look at. Also, some of the challenges that DRS is gender equality. Most of the females here are in management positions, while a lot of the Black men are on the front line doing work. There's also gender income equality. While most Black females here earn more than Black males, this is something that needs to be done. While white folks at DRS are privileged to be in high-paying jobs, management positions, and some of them don't have contact with our youth. So these are some of the challenges Mr. Osama Abed will have to look at, and also the staff inside the facilities often being assaulted. I understand with the new director for facilities that Mr. Osama had brought in, went over to the facilities telling the staff that he's been in the Navy and he don't have a problem firing somebody. That's not a way to get on a job and start a relationship. I don't know if Mr. Abed is aware of this, but this is something he needs to look at. And also he needs to start promoting some of the Black folks here that's been here for a long time, particularly males that have been on the front lines, that knows what's going on. Even myself, I can run the agency, I can run DRES. We have people like Tillery Ali, who is a low-paying job that's an expert on youth, and these are just some of the challenges that he have to do. So the only best thing I can say about him is it was good that he got rid of Michelle Farr, the deputy director, who was not liked very well in case management, didn't have any type of juvenile justice experience. And there's some more people that he need to look at, particularly when you look at the ICJ system, where we already have a mayor appointed administrator for that. We don't need multiple supervisors to supervise this young man, Jefferson Regis. So I'll just step back right now. If you have any question, I thank you, my brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Thank you. I don't see Mr. Freeman here, but I do know we have Gary Blair here. I'm sorry, Bear. If you can cut your screen on and correct me if I mistake your name so we can hear from you.
Yes.
And I come up with questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Gary Baer, and I am a retired circuit court judge from Montgomery County, Maryland. I served on that court from 2012 to 2020 when I reached mandatory retirement. And prior to that, I had served as a public defender and as a prosecutor in the Maryland Attorney General's office in several roles, both as chief of the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit and as chief of the Criminal Appeals Division. But I got to know Sam from the perspective of being a circuit court judge. And as a circuit court judge in Montgomery County, I heard juvenile cases as well as adult criminal cases and other civil cases as well. I also had the privilege of serving on the Department of Juvenile Services State Advisory Board when Sam was the secretary of Department of Juvenile Services. So I had regular contact with Sam in addition to all the court proceedings where I saw his personnel. And I got to know Sam from those monthly meetings over several years on that state advisory board. That board gave me a unique perspective on the operations of the Department of Juvenile Services. And as a member of that board, there were lots of people, all the stakeholders in juvenile court. But Sam was very open. He was very collaborative. He gave everyone the opportunity to be heard and was a wonderful leader in those meetings. He was always completely transparent with us. He also developed a crossover practice model in Montgomery County where the Department of Juvenile Services coordinated with the welfare agency in Montgomery County so the cases could be handled more collaboratively between the welfare system and the juvenile delinquency system. And that program was a success in Montgomery County and also spread to other counties in Maryland. And I think this collaborative approach of Sam is one that he would carry over to his current position because he'll seek advice from all the stakeholders and he'll take that advice seriously, but then he'll make decisions that need to be made. And I'm confident that Sam will bring this experience from Maryland. And I think he also had experience from Virginia. And now he's coming to the District of Columbia. In my experience, Sam always demanded excellence from himself. He demands excellence from an agency that he's working for. And I saw the transformation of the Maryland Department of Juvenile Services from a good department to a truly great one. So I'll close with this. I feel the mayor chose well when she appointed Sam, and I have absolutely no hesitation recommending Sam for this important position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to jump back real quick for a few questions. Mr. Marty, I have a question. You've been involved in reform from adults to juveniles, has been in the community, playing an integral role in helping people transition back, but also helping them while they're in. And DC has been going through a number of changes between having Title 16 youth in the facility at the DC jail. And I know you expressed some concerns about the ratio of male versus female in your testimony. I want to know from you, what are your thoughts on what DYS can do to ensure that their youth are getting the proper information, education, and wraparound services to be whole once they return back to the community? And two, your thoughts on not just even the gender, but the quality of staff, where they're placed, if they're in the right spaces, if we need to get more staff in different places, and your thoughts on juveniles being in DYS or versus over DC jail.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. First of all, let me just say that I think he needs to hire quality people, and I think he needs. And first of all, let me just say that they should have hired an African American with an Afrocentric perspective regarding our kids. You know, these are our kids. We know our kids better than anyone else. You know, white people raise their kids differently than black people. You know, the court system has basically contributed to a lack of discipline regarding black children, because black people discipline their kids differently than white people. And that's why I was pushing and hoping that a black Afrocentric director will come in. So what he has to do, when you look at the facilities, he's going to have to hire somebody that's that knows how to deal with the kids, that have the expertise, not these people that are just coming in with no experience. Also, he has to, as far as should the Title 16 kids be over in New Beginnings or YSC opposed to DC jail? Well, I got to be honest with you. You know, crime is out of control. Our kids need to know discipline. But they're not getting the treatment that they deserve inside the facilities. These folks are not providing the services. And matter of fact, we have the District of Columbia is a laughing stock of juvenile reform in the DMV. Virginia's top, Maryland's okay, but DC is laughable. That's why a lot of the kids out here committing crimes, they don't mind going over to DC, going over to YSC or the New Beginnings, because it's like a day camp. You know, they get to do what they want to do. They get to beat up staff. There's no accountability in terms of the agency providing safety for the staff. And that's why so many kids need to be over DC jail as a deterrent. When you look at a juvenile justice system, kids should not want to go into a juvenile justice system. It should be like, wow, I don't want to go there. You know, it's hard, it's this and that. Although they have to get therapy. They have to get therapy. Mr. Osama Abed is not, he's a statistical man. He doesn't have any background in therapeutic training to modify behavior. And also the so-called modalities that we use for these kids are basically Europeanized. These black kids are basically, from the European models, are basically overdiagnosed, over-medicated, and everybody are using them as a so-called tool to make money. You got the lawyers that's basically making money off them. You have the court system making money off them. You have the psychologists and psychiatrists making money off them. And we don't really have the black modality, behavior modality to basically modify behavior. We need to look at some of the writings and so.
Let me stop you for a moment.
Yes, sir.
A follow-up question to that. Now, I visited the jail, as you know. I was in the jail 2 days ago on speaking with some young men from the YME unit. We have a team to go there on Friday. And you talked briefly about the youth pretty much being in a serious situation to know that the reality of what jail is, and have some accountability. And I see that happening sometimes, even over the jail, and hit and miss. But I'm not sure if we have a healthy balance for who get placed where. And there's also security and safety issues over the jail as well. I mean, we've had a number of stabbings, even alleged homicide at the jail. And so I think we have to figure out what works where and how. And they do have a YME unit. Have you visited a YME unit there at all?
No, I haven't. But let me just say this: I'm gonna basically endorse what you're saying, because when you look at the public service in this city, you're the only one that basically are championing the causes for Black issues. Everybody else seems to be simulated house Negroes and they go along, get along type of Black politicians to appease.
Well, I'm not going to say that. I disagree with you on that. There are others who pressing for equity and equality, especially with African Americans in the city. So, I mean, I don't know. So you especially talking about the jail, but I sit on the council and see a lot of different members pressing for that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we can differ on that, but I'm gonna go ahead and, I haven't been over there, but I do believe that our juvenile justice system has to be a place where our kids don't want to go. I mean, they look forward to going into our system because there's a lack of accountability. There's a lack of real so-called behavior modification modalities to basically bring about reform. And you have to look at some of the systemic situations, such as Black people not having adequate housing, where the parents are not basically there to basically supervise the kids get involved with. These are some of the concerns that that we need to address.
Thank you. I had to shift over a little bit to Mr. Bear. I want to ask you a few questions. Do you believe that the interim director will be able to transition from a more legislative background to this new role? And if so, what do you know about him that gives you the thought that he will, if the answer is yes?
Oh, I think absolutely yes. I wouldn't characterize his as a legislative role. He was head of the Maryland Department of Juvenile Services. He was basically doing in Maryland, and my recollection is he was appointed by two different governors, at least two different governors. I think both Governor O'Malley, a Democrat, and Governor Hogan, a Republican, appointed him. He was, I think Sam was the longest serving Secretary of Juvenile Services in Maryland history. And he did a great job in Maryland. Again, my recollection is he also did a similar job in Virginia. I forget if he was head of the entire Virginia Juvenile Department or some of the counties. I'm just not sure. Obviously, Sam can let you know about that. But no, I have no doubt he's got the very broad experience in programming, in counseling, in obviously in running a department and all the the nuts and bolts of running a department. But he's also very hands-on. I mean, like I said, with the state advisory board that I was a member of, there were representatives from the public defender's office, from prosecutors' offices, from the Department of Education, from the welfare department. So Sam is used to and is very open to all fields, all inputs, police, corrections. So I mean, he really will take all views into account, and he has expertise in all those areas.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do see that we are joined by Councilmember Zachary Parker. If you have opening remarks, please let me know. We want to forward you Ward 5, Councilmember Zachary Parker.
Thank you, Chair White, and thank you for holding today's hearing and public roundtable on two very important confirmations. Both the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services and the Department of Parks and Recreation play vital roles in supporting our city's residents and building safe, whole communities. In my short time as council member, I've been especially grateful for the amazing staff at these two agencies, witnessing the ways they show up for our communities every day. Both DYRS and DPR provide vital programming for our city's youth, creating safe spaces for learning, recreation, empowerment, and opportunity. DPR also serves the full spectrum of DC residents, from our littlest ones to our seniors. Through recreation centers, community centers, parks, playgrounds, sports, activities, programming, and more, DPR is a crucial link in every district residents experience quality of life. DYRS is a lifeline for restoring our city's young people to community and empowering them to meaningfully contribute to the health and well-being of their neighborhoods. Today, I look forward to hearing how both of these nominees intend to guide their agencies to best serve district residents, commit to improving on concerns we'll hear and have heard from public witnesses, and that I will share in my questions, and how they plan to implement strategies of success for their employees. Lastly, I want to thank the witnesses joining and those who have already shared, and to our two acting directors. So with that, I have no questions for those that have already testified, but I do have questions for the acting director. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, and great remarks, and I concur. We have also been joined by Dr. Freeman Hrabowski. If you can jump on and give your opening remarks. And Councilmember Henderson, did you have some questions for this panel?
I did have some questions for Mr. Bear, but I can wait until after Dr. Hrabowski does his testimony.
Okay, go right ahead, Hrabowski. You have to unmute yourself if you're here to testify. I don't see you have unmuted yourself or come on screen, Dr. Hrabowski. And if you're not ready at the moment, please let me know in the chat because we got to move along. We have a lengthy panelist, especially for the next agency. If you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I was having problems with several devices. Can you hear me now? You can hear me? Good. Very good. Let me start by saying that I met Secretary Abed when he first became the secretary in our state. I'm Freeman Hrabowski, President Emeritus of the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. I've just retired after 30 years there. And we have had a choice program there at UMBC literally for over 30 years. That's a program for first-time offenders, children between the ages of 8 and 15, essentially heavily Black boys. In my 30-year period as president, I don't know a secretary, a person over juvenile services who has been more effective in working with that program, those people in that program, and those children than Secretary Abed. I worked very closely with him. There's several things I can say. From the beginning, he was asking good questions. From the beginning, he understood, and I listened to other witnesses talk about some of the issues. He understood that he needed to work with his staff and our staff in understanding the backgrounds, the families, the challenges of the people from Cherry Hill to other parts of our state where the program was held. Number two, he wanted to make sure that we at the university understood what we could do, what we could not do, and that we were respecting those families. Number three, and most important, he was interested in outcomes. He and I had opportunities to work with those children ourselves, to sit down and listen to them and their voices. And I can tell you, I watched him interact with some of those Black boys, and I saw for myself his commitment, his understanding of those challenges, and his determination to be a voice for them. He and I wrote an article together in the Baltimore Sun several years ago, and it talked about the impact of racism in not just in our country, but even in the structures in our own state, and the impact of that discrimination on those families and on those children, and the kinds of things we needed to do to knock down those barriers. And I was impressed because it took courage on his part to speak the truth to power. Finally, he was very effective in working with legislators, with the governor, and with the rest of us in talking about what we needed to do to help those little kids. And I keep saying Black boys because the program has always been heavily boys of color, heavily Black boys. I wrote a book years ago on raising Black boys, and many of the things that we do in that choice program focus on some of those issues. But I can think of no one more effective in working as a head of both policy and operation to support children, and particularly children of color, heavily children of color, and heavily black than Sam Abed. I'm here to answer any questions. Sorry, I was having technical problems, but I was determined to get on this call to say he is an extraordinarily transformational leader. This is not a job for him. This is a calling. Of all the things I can tell you, I base that on my 50 years in education. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Christina Henderson.
Thank you. And thank you to the witnesses who have testified. Mr. Bear, or I don't know if I call you former Judge Bear, if you're still there. One of the things that I have a concern about with the DYRS, well, there are several concerns, but one thing in particular is around just overall management of the agency, in particular with a lot of vacancies that are currently happening right there at the agency. You had experience working with the nominee when he was the secretary and over all of the juvenile justice pieces for the state of Maryland. Can you speak to at all in terms of his ability to not only recruit high quality talent, but also retain great talent to work at the agency, even though he was sort of at the head?
Sure. I think he was challenged in Maryland, and I don't know if it's better, worse, or the same in the District of Columbia. Maryland, the state, it's in Maryland, it's a state agency. And the state of Maryland is not the greatest at salaries. And I think what ends up happening, particularly in counties like Montgomery County, the county salaries are higher than the state salaries. So I think there's a lot of turnover, particularly in the Montgomery County area, the Prince George's County area, because of salary differential. So I know Sam had constant issues with turnover, mainly because of salaries. And I'm sure also, just working conditions as a state employee aren't, again, the greatest. And I don't know how that compares to the district. But Sam, I thought, was very good at making changes where necessary to fill vacancies. There was never a staffing shortage that I noticed in Montgomery County. There was a fair amount of consistency in Montgomery County. The district leaders of DJS in Montgomery County had been there for many, many years. But I know that's always going to be an issue with this type of situation, because working conditions are difficult. I mean, I think that's just the nature of the work, whether it's right. A juvenile services department or a department of corrections generally. But no, I think Sam is very good at retaining good people and filling vacancies where he needs to.
Okay. I think you bring up a really good point. This is not an issue that is unique to DYRS. We have a similar issue with our DOC department as well. And I'm telegraphing this for, the DYRS staff who I know who's listening in. And once he testifies later, we pulled the Schedule A. So I know that right now they're looking at about 80 vacancies across the agency in some key positions, including medical director, which is an important piece. I chair the health committee. Dr. Hrabowski, you have your hand up. You wanted to?
I did. I wanted to. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Right. No, I had the opportunity to work with the secretary, with his staff. He had me in to have professional development opportunities with them. And this is what I can say. And I had students who were graduating from UMBC who were looking at opportunities at the agency. And this is the point. The secretary provided a culture, helped to create a culture that focused on, quite frankly, the nobility of the work. The salaries, whether they're in DC or in Baltimore, in government, aren't going to be so high compared to some other, that. But the idea of getting people thinking about the importance of the work. And this is what I saw him doing. And this is why I saw a number of people who had an attitude that said, this is important work that we're doing. And that's why, quite frankly, we were able to get people to do that work. It was that culture that he developed. And this is the point I wanted to make is he is a transformational leader who helps people focus on the importance of the work itself. He can do that and empower people to think about bringing in people who really want to help children. And that's the significance of this man's leadership.
Thank you. Mr. Thorp, you have your hand up. And I sort of gather from your testimony that you might work at the agency or around the agency. Nonetheless, go ahead if you wanted to add some thoughts on this.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, let me just be transparent. I am a licensed social worker for the agency. I've been here about over 35 years in DC government. Let me just say that, first of all, I disagree with Mr. Freeman, Dr. Freeman. DC is different from Maryland. The youth are different from Maryland. That high turnover rate is basically due to staff being assaulted and not having any rights or repercussions or any type of behavior modification or repercussions regarding the juveniles assaulting them. The staff is working basically overtime. There's a shortage of people quitting because of that. And also there's tension with the new deputy director that Mr. Osama Abed hired, that new deputy director for facilities, who's telling people they can't drink coffee and basically not having a motivating type of, approach where people are just getting frustrated and leaving and quitting. So this is quite different from what's going on in Maryland.
Okay. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Councilmember White, who is the chair of this committee. Councilmember White, I don't see a clock, so I want to make sure, I want to respect the time of the hearing, and I feel like I'm over.
Well, you're getting there, but go ahead. I mean, it's
okay.
Okay, you got 2 minutes. Get the 2 minute warning.
Got it. Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Or
it just and I respect Mr. Thorp. I respect you for the work you do. So let me start by saying that. But let me, with all due respect, I don't think there's much difference in Baltimore and DC. Let me just say that I'm in DC a lot, and I work with my students who work at the agency and work at DHES, and some of the same challenges I'm saying that you face in DC, we face in Baltimore. There's no doubt about that. You know, and I say that to say that in spite of those challenges, and they're real, I don't disagree with you on that. I saw this secretary working to try to make things better for people and to keep saying, but we got to keep working with these children. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate that. And I don't necessarily wanted to get into a back and forth piece there, but Mr. Thorp, I just wanted to say, I appreciate you testifying. And I wanted to just ask sort of a clarifying question. So, Director Abid has been there for about 4 months at this particular juncture. In comparison to the prior leadership, which I know was fraught on a variety of different levels with challenges, et cetera, are you saying that you don't feel like it's necessarily have gotten better in the last 4 months in terms of what's been happening on the day-to-day work for the agency?
I think it has gotten better to a minimum degree. He got rid of he had replaced one of the deputy directors. Morale is still low because of the reasons I just mentioned. Morale is low. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question.
Okay. And I'm happy I'll follow up with him as well. I think that when we have, and you sort of mentioned the overtime piece, right? When you have people having to work overtime a lot, that's because there's not enough staff to work on the schedule and rotation. We have a similar issue with DOC. I can say we have a similar issue at OUC with the 911 folks. So it is a challenge that we have all together, but this is definitely something I want to raise with the nominee. Thank you, Chair White.
Thank you. Let me make sure you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? Check 1, 2.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I don't have any additional questions for this panel. I think that you all gave some unique perspectives, both being inside the institution on a daily basis, seeing what's going on and what needs to be corrected and drill down on. I'll show you that this committee is aware of a lot of these things and have been working to address some of these things. But again, now we're here at another confirmation hearing with another director. And so we want to ensure that there be a level of accountability from the council with the agencies here. And so and if you have any additional issues, please feel free to email me at twhite@dccouncil.gov and my staff. And so we can work with the agency to reach our maximum potential. And I want to thank the others who joined, who have worked with Interim Director Abed and his previous roles to give us some insight. Because I think that we as a government reach all across the world finding people when there's talent here in the city and close by. And so I think that we are open to hear different perspectives and trying to make a decision about this confirmation for not just this appointment, but several appointments. So thank you guys for joining. We're going to move right along with our next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
I don't see any other government witnesses, and so we are going to elevate Interim Director Sam Abed. If you can cut your screen on. There we go.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you perfectly. As you know, it is the practice of this committee to swear in all government witnesses. So you can start by raising your right hand. All right. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give to this committee is the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Do you have an opening testimony you would like to read?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can start with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson White, members and staff of the Committee on Recreation and Youth Affairs, and those joining the hearing virtually. My name is Sam Abed. I'm the Acting Director of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, and I'm before you today to give testimony on the Director of Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services Confirmation Resolution of 2023. First, I would like to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser for nominating me to serve in her cabinet and for the privilege to serve the District of Columbia community, the youth, families, staff of DYRS, and the symphony of stakeholders and interested residents that are touched by DYRS deserve and will receive my best efforts to promote a safe and equitable city. While I have known the district well my whole life, it is not a city that I have had the pleasure of calling home until now. I was born and raised in Richmond, Virginia, so I have spent a lot of time here. In my adolescence, we often visited the district where I was able to learn about our country's history, both the good and the bad. Professionally, I've been coming to the district my entire career. Before joining DYRS, my work focused on helping kids in both Virginia and Maryland change their trajectory. I've chosen to focus on helping our most disadvantaged kids because I believe they are capable of change and they are worthy of our best efforts. And when we deliver excellent services and show that we care, young people will respond and desist from delinquent behavior. So now I have a lot to learn about DC and DYRS, but I also know that my experiences will be an asset here. This need that I have to give back to others was instilled to me by my family. My father's family immigrated to the United States in about 1905 when my great-grandfather stowed away on a boat from Palestine bound for the United States. He later served in the U.S. Army in World War I, and while he survived the war, he passed away 7 years before my father, his grandson, was born. I grew up hearing so many stories about my great-grandfather and his fierce resolve to make the world a better place. He knew we could all make a positive difference in this world, and the example that he set was to leave this world better off than how we found it. And it stays with me and my family to this day. I know so much about my great-grandfather from my father, who never met him. And that's a testament to the impact that he left on his family. And now I carry that on with my daughter, whose time experiencing the love of her grandfather was cut short when my father succumbed to COVID-19 in August of 2021. My daughter knows how great of a man her grandfather was, and she will know the commitment our family makes to helping others. Despite my family's long history in the United States, my parents were treated as foreigners by some in the community. My parents did their best to shield my brothers and I from the bigotry and discrimination that they experienced. But when it did find its way to us, it served as a lesson for how to appropriately respond. My parents taught us not to react in anger, but instead to relentlessly advocate for change. They taught me to set an example by the way I lived and by the way I treated others. And they strongly emphasized that if you can help someone, then you should help. Those lessons carried from my family have formed the person that I am today, both professionally and personally. I attended university at Virginia Tech and graduated with a degree in psychology in 1997. I then attended University of Richmond Law School and graduated in 2001. I practiced law in the city of Norfolk, Virginia and Sussex County, Virginia, serving each jurisdiction as an assistant Commonwealth attorney. My work in juvenile justice began in 2006 when I was appointed Chief Deputy Director of the Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice. During my tenure at DJJ, I chaired the agency's strategic planning committee and led its implementation across the state. I planned and executed a reorganization of the department, and in my last year, I took over operational control of the department's 6 residential facilities, as well as 36 court service units statewide. In 2011, I moved just north of the district to Maryland, where I was appointed Secretary of Juvenile Services. DJS is a unified system, meaning I oversaw all aspects of the juvenile justice system for the state. This includes intake, pre-court supervision, 32 probation offices, 7 regional detention centers, and 7 committed residential facilities, and post-release community supervision. I managed an annual budget of nearly $300 million and supervised over 2,000 staff. During my 12-year tenure as secretary, I implemented a range of reforms that touched every aspect of the agency's operations. The first area to which I focused my attention was on facility operations, specifically evaluating and reforming the safety and security practices in the residential facilities that DJS operate. Working with my team, we eliminated bad practices such as allowing vehicle traffic within the secure perimeter of the campuses, instituted tool control policies to ensure that every item that could be used as a weapon or as a means to escape were always accounted for, and developed quality assurance procedures to ensure that programming we developed was implemented as we intended. I then moved to ensure that systems were placed over critical decisions that staff made so that an individual's bias was not driving decision-making over areas like whether to detain a youth or whether to revoke the community status of a youth. While this is not an exhaustive list of reforms, the cumulative effect was a sustained reduction in youth crime for over a decade. From fiscal year 2011 to fiscal 2020, charges brought against youth for crimes declined from over 35,000 per year to under 15,000 per year. I also served as a member of the National Academy of Sciences Committee on a prioritized plan to implement a developmental approach in juvenile justice reform. The resulting report, called Implementing Juvenile Justice Reform, the Federal Role, has been adopted by the United States Department of Justice, Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention. And as a co-author of the report, I was able to not only share my knowledge with a national audience, but I was also able to learn from esteemed colleagues and top scholars in the field and immediately apply those insights into practice. I engaged numerous partners in developing reforms for DJS, strong relationships with the judiciary, the Office of the Public Defender, the Maryland States Attorneys Association, and sister agencies, including social services and the health department, were crucial to achieving the goals of DJS. Additionally, I developed strong relationships with national policy centers, including the Annie E. Casey Foundation and Georgetown University Center for Juvenile Justice Reform. I also engaged with members of the community by attending neighborhood association meetings, meeting with families of youth that we serve, and meeting with victim advocates to ensure that I had received feedback from a wide range of stakeholders. I will bring the same approach of collaboration to the district and leverage the relationships that I've developed over the last 17 years to benefit DYRS and the youth and families that we serve. One of the rewards I enjoyed from being the longest serving secretary in Maryland DJS history is that I was able to see some of the young people we serve mature into successful adults. In my first year in office, I was invited by Dr. Freeman Hrabowski, one of our guests today, the president at the time of the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, to visit a program that he described that served DJS youth. And that program was housed on his campus. Dr. Hrabowski introduced me to a young man in the choice program that day that had turned the corner. The evidence to support this was that this young man had not committed any new offenses and turned his failing grades in high school into high marks. I was fortunate to stay in touch with this young man and see him graduate high school. He then graduated with high honors from Coppin State University after 4 years. And I vividly remember his phone call when he told me that he was accepted into the Peace Corps and was stationed in Ecuador. And when he returned 2 years later, listening to his nearly perfect Spanish. This example of success is not isolated. Many of the youth that we serve are successful. And when I see them in the community, they tell me how well they are doing. That reinforcement is what has kept me engaged in this work and why I seek to continue doing it here in the district. Public safety is the highest priority of every government. My experience as a prosecutor in the criminal justice system, as well as an administrator of the statewide juvenile justice system in the 2 states that border the district, ensure that I'm keenly aware of that responsibility and the role that I play to support public safety. I also recognize the capacity of young people to mature into thriving adults who contribute to and improve our community. My combination of professional experience in public safety roles, coupled with my belief in the capacity of young people to change for the better, are why I believe I'm the right person to lead DYRS. But in order to lead, you must know how to follow. In my short time at DYRS, I've had the honor of leading so many caring, thoughtful staff, people truly dedicated to this work. And while I will be tasked with leading the organization, I understand that for us to be successful, I'll also have to know when to follow my colleagues at DYRS. These dedicated staff have been working with these kids for years, and for me not to listen to their experience and expertise would be me failing the agency. Being named to this role is an honor that I do not take lightly. I cannot make any promises regarding our future outcomes, but here is what I can promise. I will work tirelessly for our kids, community, and staff. I will give it my all, and my team will do the same. In closing, I'd like to again thank Mayor Muriel Bowser, City Administrator Donahoe, and Deputy Mayor Apia for entrusting me with this incredible opportunity to lead this agency and to help our community. I would also like to thank you, Chairperson White. Your reputation for loving the district and for the district's residents is unmatched. I look forward to working closely with you to make DYRS the best juvenile justice agency in the country. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Director. I do have a few questions I want to dive right into. There has historically been a number of challenges at DYRS as it relates to staffing, as it relates to the relationship between staff and youth, and on the lines of assaults. There has been staff on youth assaults and youth on staff assaults and youth on youth assaults. And part of being a leader at this agency is you have to, one, I mean, it's a political role. I don't want to diminish that. It's not just managing the agency. DC is very political, one aspect, but the other is to hire and bring on good people that's able to represent you well. And DYRS had a number of challenges with that, with some of the issues that happened in the past, meaning an alleged child rape, for lack of better words, adult assaults, and then you have staff feeling that they have been assaulted by youth with no repercussions, no consequences. Can you speak to what you've seen so far while being there, what you've heard from staff, and what's your plan to deal with the aforementioned issues?
Yes, so I am familiar with some of the history for the agency, and one in particular that you mentioned, Councilmember White. And what I can say is that there are a number of things that we can do. One thing that I will have to recognize is that we have had a significant number of staff turnover, particularly around the pandemic and in the post-pandemic period. And I think that's been experienced by a lot of agencies like this across the country. So we have a lot of new staff that are without a lot of experience. And so that means training, particularly on crisis prevention and de-escalation techniques, is key. And we are evaluating the training that we are delivering for those new staff to ensure that we are arming them with the tools to intervene with young people and hopefully head off those situations before an assault occurs and be able to recognize when those assaults are about to occur. The other thing that we're doing is looking at our staffing so that we can try and pair more experienced staff with the newer staff that are coming on, so that they are not, we're not putting out an entire shift where all of the staff are new or fairly new. We need to have some of those experienced staff sprinkled in to provide guidance and to answer questions and to give examples of how to deal with situations. The other thing that we are looking at is our behavior management system. And it's important to have a strong behavior management system for young people that incentivizes them to behave. And certainly there is a system that's in place. Youth can earn points or fail to earn points depending on their behavior. But an even stronger incentive that we are working on is to develop a length of stay policy. The length of stay policy is designed or will be designed to tie a youth's performance in the program, how they perform in education in school, how they perform in their treatment programs to their length of stay. And so I think that's the most significant lever that we can pull to ensure that youth are performing as well as they can and to have accountability for the lack of performance.
Thank you. And there has been some, I guess, concern about your previous role working in various parts of government, one being a judge, a prosecutor. How do you plan on using, if any, some of those lessons learned or experiences to help you in this job? If you can speak to some of that.
Sure, and I've never served as a judge, so I appreciate the promotion, but no, I've not been a judge in my career. I was a prosecutor in 2 jurisdictions in Virginia about 20 years ago, so it's been some time since I've been in that role. I think what being a former prosecutor brings is significant experience working with law enforcement, understanding how the pressures that they are under, and understanding how the role of the victims and how they perceive the system. Working in Virginia and in Maryland, my roles were very much administrative roles. These are very hands-on roles. I was not, a person that was just engaged with policy or just engaged with, the legislature. We actively manage the agency. So being Secretary of Juvenile Services, it sounds like a lofty title, but it is a gritty job that requires daily attendance to all of the issues that are facing the agency. It is on a larger scale. When you're looking at statewide, we have a lot more facilities. And so, yes, I absolutely rely on data to determine if we are being successful, if we're showing progress, if our initiatives are working. But of course, I also visit with our staff. I visit the facilities. I speak with our kids. We have to have a lot of direct contact and feedback in order to be successful.
Got it. And I'll come back to this. And let me get to some of the basic questions. Are you a DC resident? If confirmed, do you plan on residing in the district during the duration of your appointment?
I do plan on residing in the district. I have a contract for a home. We're not ready to move into it yet because it's still under construction, but we've absolutely found a place to live and work for. And I'm looking forward to moving in there towards the end of the year. I believe it should be right.
So if confirmed, as you know, DC by law requires you a certain allotted days to become a DC resident. Do you believe that you will be moved in by that time?
I do.
And we would like to follow up on that. Are you currently a member of any DC government boards or commissions?
No, I'm not.
Do you have any immediate family members who have interest in financial or otherwise that may directly or indirectly pose a conflict of interest with your duties of this job?
No, I do not.
Do you have any outstanding liabilities, taxes, fees, other payments to the district, federal, state, or local governments that are contested or uncontested currently?
None.
All right. I did want to ask, I think that one of the supporters of previous colleagues of yours who was a judge talked about your experience working with a population of predominantly African-American youth. Can you speak to that and how your experience allow you to have the empathy and cultural competencies to address not just the staff, but the population that exists inside of our facilities?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that is very apparent in most justice systems, Maryland being one of them, is the significant race disparities that exist. And Dr. Hrabowski, I believe, is the one that mentioned this. If you go to the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center, which is the detention center that serves Baltimore City, it's nearly 100% African American, the population there. And the population of Baltimore is not 100% African American. So there is significant disparities there. And so what we did was to make efforts to address those disparities. A lot of the reforms that we implemented, detention reforms that were designed to minimize the use of detention, minimize the use of incarceration, were also designed to affect that race equity issue and mitigate that race equity disparity. Unfortunately, they didn't work, and we had to go back to the drawing board. And Dr. Hrabowski was one of my thought partners on how can we address this. And the way that we addressed it, sort of coming back to that issue, was to look at our policies and procedures through a race equity lens. I think that
I'm about to be over my time, Director, but I did want to ask you this: how are you balancing listening and addressing concerns of staff, and how are you listening and addressing concerns of youth? Is there a process you created or will create to hear from them and address those issues?
So for staff, we have had one community event where we basically brought all of the community staff together, and we call it a town hall. I basically gave them, the vision that I have going forward, and then answered their questions directly. And I think it's important that when I articulate what I want to do as an agency moving forward, particularly the things that are going to impact that group of staff, that I personally answer their questions right there in the moment. I think we get much better response, even if they don't agree with what I'm proposing. Hearing them out, hearing what they have to say, and then giving them the reasons why are very important in gaining acceptance and gaining support among staff. I do plan to do that as well with residential staff. We've got one on the calendar, I believe next week, to meet with residential staff and have the same kind of communication. And then with youth, we are developing a procedure for youth voice. And essentially the idea is that we're going to have a group of elected youth from the youth in our care, be able to form sort of like a council where they can bring issues to our executive team. And it's important to hear those issues and have it in a structured format where it's documented what they're raising with us. And then the way that we give feedback to those youth is through a newsletter. So we want to put that in writing and be able to respond to all the kids that they are representing, so that they can see that their issues were raised and that their response was given, and they have that in writing so that they can understand where we're going.
Thank you. I think that innovativeness with the youth organization to be able to advocate for themselves is powerful. I am concerned about the one meeting with a group of people expressing the issues, because in any a hierarchy of leadership, people may be afraid of retaliation. So I'm looking to more like how can they communicate with you directly about issues as well. I'll jump back to that in my next round. I will jump to at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson, followed by Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, and we are also joined by Councilmember Matt Freeman. And Matt, if you're here, please ping me on the chat. Let me know.
Thank you, Chair White, and good afternoon, Director. I want to start with some questions in terms of vacancies. Now, I have a count, but you have a count. How many vacancies would you say are currently at the agency?
Well, I heard your number of 80 vacancies, and I'm going to assume that that's correct. The way that we look at vacancies, though, is we have a position that's vacant, and then I look at what stage of recruitment that we're in. And I believe that for all of our positions that we are in some stage of recruitment. And, for YDRs, which are the direct care staff in the facilities, we have been very aggressively filling those positions. While we may have some vacancies today, because we're always going to have some turnover, as of the report I got a few weeks ago, we were fully staffed in those positions.
Okay. So maybe the numbers are off, but one of the things that I am very concerned about is on the medical side. We get anonymous emails from every now and again on certain things. And in particular, so I chair the health committee. One of the things I'm really concerned about is that it doesn't seem as though the agency has had a stable medical director in quite some time. I understand that the position is currently posted. Where are you all in hiring for that position?
You're absolutely right. When I started here, the position was vacant. I think it vacated around the same time that I was being announced by Mayor Bowser. And where we are right now in terms of recruitment is that we have interviewed and offered the position to a physician. We are in negotiations with that position at this time.
That's good to hear. I understand that a lot of the medical care that's provided is by nurse practitioners, but the idea to me that there hasn't been a clinician who is doing the supervising of those nurse practitioners is something that is very concerning as well. I know that in your, oh, sorry, go ahead.
We do have a contract with a provider, and so there are physicians that are supervising that through the contract, but we don't have somebody on staff. So I definitely appreciate your concern, and I share it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there are lots of different pieces, right? So I know that members of the public may have various feelings about the young people who are at YSC or New Beginnings, but at the end of the day, they're in our care. And for however long that they are there, they also need to receive the medical care, which I think in some cases can impact some of the behavior that we might be seeing or not from medical issues not being addressed. So for instance, whether, we have a recent report in terms of the number of young people who are on psychotropic medications at the facility. If they are not receiving the monitoring to determine whether or not the medications are having some adverse side effects and therefore they should be changed, that's a problem, because that could manifest itself, whether it be an acting out, it can manifest itself in terms of other troubling behavior. I think in the latest report and review from the independent JJ office, there was a young person who gained 50 pounds in a year and no one really noticed why. And it was an adverse side effect to medication that they were on at the facility. So that's why I'm coming to you in terms of these questions about the medical pieces, because it affects all the other things. And this might be the first time that we are catching some of this. And I understand we have a pretty lengthy intake when a young person comes into the facility from a medical side. But if we do nothing with that information, then what was the point of the lengthy intake? If it is, if young people we know they're having abnormal vision, which can impact their ability to read or do other things. But we're not bringing in an optometrist to see, hey, do you need glasses? They're like very basic sort of medical pieces. Then yeah, you're going to have issues when that young person goes to school at the facility because they can't read. And nobody ever thought, oh, perhaps one of the reasons you can't read is because you actually can't see. So I would love to follow up with you in terms of the hiring pieces that are happening with that medical director office, because for me, some of it is just policy related. Are we doing the things that we are supposed to be doing on the timeline that we're supposed to be doing them? And who is the person who is responsible for ensuring that the care is being provided in the way that it's supposed to be being provided?
I share your concerns, and we are obligated to deliver excellent medical care for our kids, and I will absolutely be following up with that. And as I said, I have a candidate that we've offered the position to that has a great background in as a pediatrician, but also in working with the population of incarcerated youth and understanding the particular issues that come with that.
Great. I wanted to ask, I know that you have probably met with a lot of different individuals in your short period of time since being named, but have you had an opportunity to meet with the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight?
Yes, I have. Mr. Jordan.
Mark Jordan is the one who oversees that office.
Yes, I have met with him.
And have you reviewed any of the recent reports and findings of their reviews on certain things?
Yeah, we had a very open conversation, myself and the Deputy Director over Secure Operations. I think we share a lot of the same concerns about the problems that we're seeing right now. In terms of, facility operations, one of the things that I think is a driver of the behaviors that we see sometimes is that we have a group of kids that are stuck in detention. They've been awaiting placement for a long period of time, and it's a justice issue. To me, it's very much a justice issue. But in addition, it's a challenge for staff to manage those kids, because if they've been staying there in that awaiting placement status, they get very frustrated, and that can lead to some of that behavior that we want to deter. So some of this we need to address through policy. And getting our bureaucracy to function more efficiently. And we're certainly working on that. And then other pieces around the safety and security practices of our team in the facilities. I'm well aware of the issue of contraband. I think contraband is a very significant problem that we're facing. And we are changing the security practices to try and deter that contraband. And
when you say changing the security practices, you're talking about the staff working there? Because frankly, yes. and again, I'm not putting this on DRS. We had a similar issue with the DC jail where the contraband wasn't coming in from inmates. It was coming in from staff.
Generally, that's the way it always comes in. It is hard to bring it in any other way. And so, yeah, we have to put those practices in place, and, it's going to be a culture change. We're going to do more searches. We're going to be checking on folks to make sure that they're not bringing those things in, because it's such an insidious problem. It not only is it terrible to be bringing things in that are contraband for kids, whether it's cell phones or drugs. That is, I think, very obvious why those would be problematic, but it also undermines the efficacy of our behavior management system. We will not be able to compete with that kind of reinforcer if that's allowed to come in.
Okay. One of the other issues that we've heard, particularly in the sort of health arena, health space, is that when you do have a young person who is having an emergency psychiatric episode right now, neither of the facilities who accept young people in the district, both PIW or Children's National, are currently accepting youth from DYRS facilities. Have you had conversations with the leadership of those organizations around how to establish a better relationship so that your medical staff has somewhere to transport young people to when they need acute care beyond what can be provided on site?
I have not had conversations with those entities at this point.
Okay.
I'm aware of that there is an issue. My focus really has been on trying to recruit that medical director. And generally, my thoughts on that is that the medical director is going to be the point to develop those relationships. And that's how it's always worked with the facilities I've worked in.
Okay. I'm over my time. Well, we'll soon be over my time. So I'm just going to yield my little 13 seconds back. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, and good to see you, Director. There's been a lot of discussion around our youth in the city and their connection with learning in schools, as well as the rise in crime across the city. Can you speak to your theory of rehabilitation and how that theory is going to be implemented throughout DYRS?
So in terms of rehabilitation, I think the first thing to do is to make sure that we're doing proper gatekeeping at the front end of the system. And I know that that's not my part of the system, but there is an inherent harm that comes with incarceration if it is not necessary. And so, that sort of needs to be said at the front end. In terms of youth that are committed to us, obviously we need to rely on our professionals, psychologists or behavioral health specialists to develop efficacious treatment plans. And we are actually in the process of revamping our treatment programs. I think that, when you look across different approaches to treatment, the big problem, or the area that is, I think, most challenging is in implementing it with fidelity to the model. It's not so much which model you pick, but systems have struggled with implementing with fidelity to that model. And so what we have to do is to have a model that is efficacious, and then a quality assurance system on top of that to ensure that we are actually delivering the services as we intended to. And I think that's been what we are missing here in the district. We do not have adequate quality assurance processes in place to ensure that folks are getting what they need. So I don't have empirical data, but I have reviewed individual cases, and in those reviews, I've noticed that there were deficiencies, and deficiencies in particular around when we move from the structured environment of a treatment facility back into the community. And of course, that's where we're going to see the problems manifest. So when we move someone back into the community, we need to have a tremendous amount of pre-planning done. They have to have their education program accepted by the school that they're returning to. They need to be re-enrolled in that school if they are still in school. They have to have aftercare, or I should say community-based care that coincides with the work that we've done in those facilities. And so right now what I see is a breakdown in communication between our treatment staff and our staff that are working in the community. That the work that's being done at New Beginnings doesn't get necessarily translated into the plan that youth receive in the community, and it needs to dovetail with what they've done. We also need to work better with families and explain, where this young person is now, because where they came is going to be a lot different from where they are. And if they need something like family therapy, we need their buy-in to participate in that family therapy. And then getting them into those services. I think the other deficiency I see is there are, again, this goes to quality assurance. We have plans that say you should have this or that program, and we don't have the person that is in charge of that enrolling the youth. That needs to be done by our workers, enroll the youth, and ensure that they are getting that service delivered. And so getting those pieces put together. And when I say that, they may enroll the youth, but if there's a gap in time from the time they are released to the time they're enrolled, if that is taking a week or two, that means we have a young person in the community that's not getting that service, not having that continuity. And that's where, you know, we're going to see problems and perhaps new offenses coming.
That is really helpful. And I'm assuming there's a sort of action plan that you're implementing to address those areas of concern that you've highlighted. Is that fair?
Absolutely. We have developed 3 procedure teams that are working on these various areas. And while we are doing that, I have actually taken control over the community placement process myself. So in other words, I am personally going to review each plan to ensure that everything is in place before a youth is released back into the community.
Okay. And I would be interested in following up on that. I'm sure the committee would as well. Much of what you're talking to connects to your internal risk assessment tool and how you are processing young people even when they are coming through your doors. Can you just talk me through where there are current gaps within the risk assessment process and where you're hoping to see shifts in your tenure as director?
So this is about the YLS, the youth level of service. And the way that this should work is that we do this risk and needs assessment. And this is really looking at, you know, risk of reoffending, but also where their strengths are. And there are a number of domains that the YLS that looks at. And the YLS should be driving the treatment plan. All right. And then once we have that treatment plan in place, then it needs to be connected with the community work, just like I was mentioning, where we have breakdowns with that assessment process. As far as I can see from, you know, speaking with staff, the rollout of that tool was done very poorly. And in speaking to the provider, as well as staff, I think one of the main mistakes that were made was that it was rolled out to all staff all at the same time. And when you do a tool like this, you really have to develop and train a group of people as experts with a high level of expertise. And those have to be the supervisors of any of the staff that are going to be delivering that tool. And I think that's where we really went wrong. And as a result, when, you know, staff are being trained on this tool and asked to assess youth, the first place they're going to go is their supervisor to ask questions. But their supervisor is getting the training at the same time. They haven't had that advanced work done. And so it created a lot of frustration. In terms of reviewing the tool itself is a good tool. There are other tools commercially available on the market, but they are remarkably similar. And so I think that there's no need to change the tool, but we do need to reset and implement this correctly. And so one of those procedure committees is around that implementation as well.
And I imagine there will be subsequent training since that's an area of concern that you've highlighted. How often, once a student had or a young person has been identified or processed, are they being reevaluated to monitor progress? So going back to something you mentioned earlier, it's my understanding that it's recommended that young people should be monitored and reevaluated every 90 days. What is the current status quo within the agency?
That is the current standard. It's 90 days, they get reevaluated.
And what does that process look like? Because something that also keeps coming up are high truancy levels at schools in particular. And so you talked about for young people that are being reintroduced to school, but like, what does that reevaluation process look like? And how are you taking into account other monitoring factors into your evaluation?
Well, yeah, let me maybe separate those questions a little bit. The reevaluation every 90 days should be informed by our clinicians, our behavioral health team that are working with those kids in the facility at New Beginnings. So those are the folks that are going to be taking the lead on giving information, and they have to work with those assessors that are doing the reassessment. And then it is a treatment team that has to evaluate the progress of young people. So we do need to look at how their behavior has been within the program. How are they progressing through their education program? Are they participating in their group therapy, or are they just putting their head down and not participating? And then what do we need to do to motivate them and try to compel them?
I'm running out of time. So just to put a fine point, you're saying that is currently happening every 90 days for every young person?
Well, reevaluations are happening every 90 days. I can't tell you 100% that they're happening with the fidelity that I would like them to be, but they are occurring. And what I'm describing is the way that the information that should go into that reassessment.
Okay, thank you. That is my time.
Thank you. Now we hear from Ward 3 Councilmember Matt Freeman.
Thank you very much. And Zachary, I put on my camera. I didn't mean to rush you, but hopefully you'll get another round. Very, very nice to meet you, Mr. Abed. I was very impressed by your resume and have heard many good things about you. I had dinner recently with Vinnie Schiraldi, who spoke very, very highly of you. I see one of the things in your resume that I think was in your testimony as well, and I guess I'll read it, is transform the budget from spending 3 times the dollars on residential services when compared to community-based services to now spending twice as much in the community, which resulted in significantly less overall spending, netting a savings of $52 million annually. And so can you explain to me what's that all about? What's under that, and what drove the decision to pursue that route?
Absolutely, and I appreciate your comments. And with the spending, incarcerating youth is very expensive. And in Maryland, the Department of Juvenile Services is what we call a fused system. So unlike here, where we are the sort of back end or the deep end of the system of committed kids, in Maryland, we have the entire system under one umbrella. So when a young person was charged with an offense by law enforcement, generally, they could be charged other ways, but generally by law enforcement, they come to an intake office, and we run the intake office at the department. We make those initial decisions, which the critical decisions are: do we need to proceed formally or informally with this case? In other words, we have diversion authority to divert that case away from the criminal justice system. And then if we are going to formalize that case, do we need to detain that young person, or can they be released in the community safely? And if so, do we need to put any kind of controls over them? So what we did was, at the diversion step, for a lot of young people in Maryland that are charged with lower level offenses, there is no need to proceed into the justice system. And in fact, when you're trying to get behavior change from young people, you want the response, the system response, to be very close in time to the action or the offense itself. And so we do intake right away, and then we can deliver the services. And so what I did is I brought all the services, with the exception of locked facilities like a detention center or a secure confinement facility, but all of the community-based services, all of the group home services, to the front end of the system, and allowed our staff to use diversion and use all of those tools at the front end of the system to serve young people, rather than going through the entire court process. And basically what we were able to do was get them the services they need, and as a result, and also provide them the supports they needed. As a result, we oftentimes were able to avoid a stay in detention or a stay in a committed facility, because they performed well and they did not have any other offenses that would cause us to revoke that status and bring them back in.
So is that a model that's relevant for the District of Columbia, or I mean, is it the court that decides which direction the juvenile goes, or does your agency under the District of Columbia system have a similar kind of discretion, or a similar kind of discretion in the setting of certain crimes?
So I'm still familiarizing myself with the operations of the other components, but it is not within DYRS's purview to divert cases or to handle that piece at intake. And so I'm not sure what diversion authority, if any, like court social services might have, or is that diversion authority vested with the Attorney General's office? But likely somebody does have that authority. And yes, we could implement that, but it would be in a more collaborative way we would have to do it.
Because I mean, you also made the reference, I think, in response to a question a short while ago, that there's some inherent harm from incarceration if it's not necessary. And so we're in a place, as you are very familiar, we've increased pretrial detention. And there is a sense of a need to have more detention today than we had a year ago. There is this tension of the harm that can be created. I'm curious how you see that change on the DC landscape and how you would want to deal with it, given your sense that there can be harm to detention if it is not absolutely necessary.
Yeah, when we separate somebody from the community, particularly when we're separating a child, what I mean is there is inherently harm in that because they're being removed from their community, they're being removed from their family. And so no matter what services you provide in an incarcerated state, there is always going to be that harm that comes from being separated from your family, from your community. It's more intense for a child. In terms of, when is that appropriate? I mentioned the work that I did with the National Academy of Sciences, and the consensus that I agree with among many of the professionals in this industry are that we should use it when necessary to protect public safety. Only when necessary to protect public safety. So for instance, when in 2011, when I started in Maryland, the number one offense that had young people locked up was misdemeanor assault. And the number two offense was misdemeanor property crime. And while those are things that we want to deter young people from doing, it is not, it's not something that is unusual for a young person to be engaged in, a fight, right, in the community. That's not an abnormal behavior, and it's not something that we need to incarcerate somebody for in order to change that behavior. But when you escalate that behavior into something where we're talking about victimization, crimes of violence, using firearms, then absolutely, I think we should be looking at detention for those.
So one of the things that I heard, and as we were talking about increasing pretrial detention, was a sense that people who are trying to help these very kids felt like they didn't have a way to reach them because there was, to some sense, a sense of impunity, but in any case, they weren't engaging in the way that the folks in the violence interruption world, for example, felt like would be necessary to get them off of the path that they were on. And so in a certain sense, there was an argument in the pretrial detention discussion almost that it was going to be good for the kids because it gave folks a chance to reach them and move them off a path that was bad for them. That all turns on the services that are being delivered. I guess I'm curious your reaction to that and whether that's true only if the services that are being delivered are as meaningful as possible, or what's your reaction to that line of argument that I did hear at the time?
That's a slippery slope, and it is one that is sort of fraught with peril when you start engaging in using incarceration as a means for helping someone. As I said, I think when we have a public safety issue, then I think we can be helpful, and absolutely the quality of services are important, but we also have a role to protect the public. And I think that's the overriding component that I would point to. Where we can be destructive is if we are unfairly treating a young person and saying, well, what you did wasn't, a major offense, or sometimes, in juvenile systems, and I'm not saying that the district is one of these, sometimes they relax some of the rules and say, well, you're accused of a crime, that's enough. We're trying to help you. You can help someone, to a very bad outcome when you take that approach. So it's one that I think has a lot of nuance, and we have to be very careful about how we do it. The other thing is that we can look at ways to help young people in the community that really have nothing to do with the criminal justice approach. I think that the brain science on young people is very clear. They are underdeveloped in their frontal lobes, and they have a very hard time understanding the consequences of their actions and controlling their impulsivity. That's what leads to a lot of the things that happen. And so we need to be looking at things that we can do in the community to give them opportunities to make mistakes, but recover from them, to learn and grow and actually develop their minds through experiences and through other activities, so that they mature and make better decisions.
Well, I'm now over, but thank you very much. I will say, sort of in closing, because I have to jump to a different hearing, that it is my hope that a person like yourself in the position that you likely will be in, and the new police chief, could become the strongest advocates for the social safety net and providing the kinds of supports in school, out of school, otherwise in the community, so we keep kids away from you. So,
absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Director Abed, I want to thank you first for being responsive. I know you're new on the job, and we're trying to figure out who you are, what's your vision, what's your thoughts, what's some of your philosophies, and moving this agency forward. And I just want to say, on the public record, you've been extremely responsive to me along the way. And we've had some great dialogue about, different things happening with the agency. So I want to thank you for that. And I wanted to get your response or vision as relates to the education system inside the facility. There has been a number of controversies around hiring a provider, making sure they get what they need. And when you speak about education, it's not talking about the standard education. I'm also talking about the trades. What are they doing? Most of those who are there in the facility are there for at least 6 months. So outside and all day and all night. And I just believe firmly we can do more with them to engage and get them ready to come back to society than when they first entered our system. And so I know we have some of these centers around the district that provides barbering or some type of career and technical education program. So I want to get your thoughts and vision about what's happening with the education and where do you envision it going?
So with the direct care education, we partner with the See Forever Foundation, and they provide the schools in both YSC and the detention center and in New Beginnings are committed facilities, and they have an excellent reputation from what I've read about them and from the people that I know that work there. And I've been in touch for years with some of the folks that are behind that organization, and I think that they are very high quality. So I'm very happy that we have them now in both of our facilities. I think until recently they were only at New Beginnings. Now they're in both of our facilities. And I mentioned a little bit in some of my earlier testimony about the importance of linking with the education system in the community, and making sure that there are no gaps when we transition young people back to the community. That's very important as well. But in terms of vocational training, I'm really excited about some of the work that we're doing out on campus in Laurel. So not at the facility New Beginnings, but nearby. And Mr. Chairman, I know that you are familiar with the OASIS program, but in addition to OASIS, right next to it, we are renovating a couple of buildings, one of which is going to be dedicated to a carpentry program. And we're actually going to be receiving a sawmill from, I believe it's Department of Transportation sawmill. So when trees are felled in that area, and it's hundreds of acres of land and it's mostly wooded, we're going to be doing the milling work and teaching our young people how to perform that role. And then once we get that the logs cut and sliced into boards, now we have the raw materials to actually teach young people the carpentry work itself. The challenge with, and then the other building that we have is going to be doing a blacksmithing program. And we have a relationship with Maryland Job Corps. As you know, we are in Laurel, Maryland. And so we were working with them and with AmeriCorps. AmeriCorps is providing us and with some of their workers. They get stipends to come in and work with our young people, and they're helping us actually do the construction. So we want to work with those partners and give our young people opportunities. The challenge that we have with trade programs, and the gold standard for trade programs is that you want to have a certification. That's when you become marketable. When you're a certified carpenter, when you're a certified plumber, when you're certified in those things, not only is it easier to get a job, but you can start your own business. And as a one-person, business, you can be very successful and support a family. But it takes years to get that full certification. There is usually about 2 years of actual training, and then between 3 or more years of apprenticeship. And that's where we really struggle with young people. Obviously, we don't have them for that long. But what I'd really like to do in terms of, what's my vision? Right now, we're gonna get the program started, and we're gonna work with young people and try to connect them with the Job Corps so that they can continue their work. But ideally, we need to be supporting those young people in the long term. And so there are a couple of other buildings, and I've had some conversations with partners in other agencies in the mayor's office, on the mayor's cabinet. And I want to have some conversations with foundations and see if we can find the funding to renovate these 2 other buildings and have dormitories and allow young people to be able to stay there on the campus, work and do their apprenticeship work there, and then earn money. They really need to be paid. They can't be unpaid apprentices, but be able to provide all of their care. When I say care, whether if it's housing that they need, then we can provide that, food, clothing, so that they don't spend the money that they're earning. We want them to save that money, because when they do get that first job, it is so difficult for a young person to transition to that job, because you usually have to move. You've got to have first and last month's rent. You need to provide for transportation. And if you haven't banked that money, you're really behind the 8 ball trying to get there. And that's where I'd like to be in terms of the workforce training that we do.
Thank you for that. As you know, there's an ongoing sentiment that young people who are committing crimes are getting younger and younger. And there's also a sentiment that DC has not created a comprehensive mentoring strategy to engage youth and young adults early enough to catch them before they go into the streets. And so one of the tools we've used in the district is empowering those who come from the community, who had a brush with the law, to go back and integrate back into youth lives to help them transition to a better quality of life by being a living testimony of what they should, they don't have to go through. And this is all through our violence interrupters movement, and also our credible messengers. This is more integrated within DYRS. I wanted to know from you your thoughts on this. What are some of your vision as relates to grow this? And I'm going to share this because one of the frustrations I had was that with previous administration, I don't want to go back, but we've increased the budget for more credible messengers, but then year after year, the money went other places, and that concerned me when I hear from the public saying they need these services, they need my child can't get any help unless he or she goes to court or gets in trouble or gets locked up. And so just want to know your thoughts on that during this confirmation hearing.
Yeah, I think what you're expressing is something that the mayor expressed to me as well, and wanting to reach out to beyond the population that we are, typically serving in terms of young people that are committed to the agency. And so, one of the things that we're doing is the OASIS program. And I know we've talked about this, but, OASIS is a prevention strategy where we are working with younger kids, middle school aged kids, and providing them additional support. So we have a number of staff that work on the OASIS team, and they meet with kids in the community. They provide that mentoring, they provide tutoring for young people. But one of the more interesting things that we're going to be doing, we're in the construction phase right now. We have a ropes course out at that campus. So right next to the buildings that I was describing for the workforce, we have a ropes course, we have canoeing. The Little Patuxent River runs through that property, and you can actually ride the river for an hour and still be on our property. And so we bring cohorts of kids or groups of kids that are identified by the school system, that are not charged with any crimes. They haven't been brought into the criminal justice system, but they are identified by the school system as kids that are sort of heading in that direction. And we provide that additional mentoring, but we also give them that respite to come out to a rustic environment. It is a wooded area. And now we're going to have essentially camps where young people can come and spend a couple of nights. They can bring their families if they have siblings, or if they want to bring their parents, they can stay there. And these are conditioned camps. So they have we're partnered with another organization, and we have sort of a net zero approach. There's solar panels to give power to the air conditioning. They have running water. We have facilities for showers and and bathrooms. And then we use wood stoves for heating in the wintertime. But they're going to have these opportunities now to get out of the urban environment, get into a rural environment, but it's still very close to where they are, and get a respite from the day-to-day challenges that they're facing.
Thank you, Director. Let me ask you specifically, how do you plan on growing the Credible Messengers program? If so, if you are, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have any specific plans to grow the Credible Messenger program. I'm becoming familiar with Credible Messengers. I think they can be a very powerful influence, but I need to evaluate what the need is, and also look at the results before I would make a decision like that. So I would want to try to do an evaluation of their effectiveness before I would commit to expanding it.
All right, so I have a lot of questions. I only have 50 seconds, so I get to this in another hearing. But I did want to talk briefly about the community-based shelters that DYRS is supposed to be providing. There are a lot of housing insecurities for our young people in the city. There are a number in the thousands of youth who are couch surfing and considered homeless because they don't have a permanent residence, and this results to them committing crimes. One of the issues we've seen consistently in DYRS is that for those who are committed or post DYRS, there used to be someone who follow up with them, but somewhere along the line, that commitment to follow up and make sure they get what they need has not been what it used to be. And so we want to, I guess I want to know from you, what's your thoughts as relates to ensuring that we can, when they're in our care, we can provide housing, shelter, and because let me frame this. There were providers who were contracted to receive youth from DYRS, but it was not getting any referrals. So we're paying a bill to providers to have these facilities, and they didn't get any referrals. Yet I'm hearing from the community that the kids is running around. They supposed to get housing. No one contacted them. They haven't been referred, or the courts haven't referred them. They trying to get in contact with DYRS. It's a lot of miscommunication. So I want to, you may not know all of this now, but I essentially just want to know your thoughts and vision as relates to housing some of those who are committed and those who are entering into the community under your care.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with the providers that are contracted and not getting referrals. I would need to dig into that a little bit, and maybe we can connect and get some additional information so I could look into that. I know we do contract with a number of shelters for youth that are essentially on probation. That's where those are utilized. But in terms of housing insecurity, I think if we are working with a young person that has housing insecurity, I mean, that's one of the measures that I would look at is to see if they do have housing security, because if they don't, then we're not going to be successful. I don't have the answer on how to provide that. I know that it's not, generally in our budget, but I would venture to say that we need to partner with the housing authorities, with the folks that have the resources to get people into housing that are having these issues and get that done. And so I look at us as advocates for our young people and for our families. And I think that that's an important point, and I'm glad that you raised it. We cannot just look at a young person and only try to work with that young person. They are part of a family, and it is vital that we are engaged with the entire family and understanding what their challenges are, and helping the entire family address what their issues or their challenges are, because if we don't, we're never going to be successful with a young person.
Thank you for that. I want to thank my other colleagues and other panelists who joined today. I want to continue this conversation at another time. Director, I want to thank you for joining us today and providing the public a sense of who you are, or where you come from, your mission and vision, and how you, if confirmed, plan on moving DRS forward as we face a number of challenges, especially around public safety and youth engagement programs in our community. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move to the second portion of this panel to focus on another agency, and that's the DC Department of Parks and Recreation. We have a number of witnesses in this panel. We want to move right along. And so we're going to begin to elevate some of those other public witnesses to the panel. I guess we're going to start with Commissioner Cheryl Moore, ANC 8C05, Lou Turner, Friends of Emory Heights, Monica Ray, Capitol Heights Partnership, Wendell Quan, Congress Heights, Main Street, Ronald Moten, Don't Mute DC. I don't know who all is here. So if you hear your name, with my staff, here's your name, or see you in the waiting list, could you elevate them so we can move forward with this panel? I don't see Commissioner Moore here. I see Coach Lou here. So he's trying to get settled to a place where he can speak. I see Monica Ray here. Okay. So Coach Lou, are you ready, or you need some more time? You're muted, so I can't see.
Okay, I'm muted. I'm on.
I can hear you now. Yep. That's it.
Let's have a headache. Let's see. Well, I didn't have too much to say today. The only thing I can say is I'd like to first say is good afternoon, Councilman White. I appreciate you having me here, and I'm glad to be here for the director, Miss Thennie Freeman. I got to meet Miss Thennie Freeman when I was at a function one time before she even came to DPR, and whatever all that what she talked about, she's about her work. So the only thing I gotta say is I want her to continue the job that she's doing with DPR, because I've seen I've been on many down at the Wilson building to see everybody get sworn in. I've been to many directors in DPR. I like the direction that she's going. I want her to keep up the good work. I want to always keep her door open so people come in and talk to her. Don't close her door, keep her door open, and continue to work with the young people and continue to work with the communities in all what she's doing. I know she learned in DPR is another step where she come from, but the only thing I can say is she's doing a great job. Just keep up the great job in what you're doing, and yes, you have my vote to be the director of DPR. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See, we also are joined by my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis George. Councilmember, do you have an opening statement, or would you like me to go forward with this panel?
I do have an opening statement.
Okay.
So thank you, Chairman White, and to our public witnesses for joining us today. I'm here to express what I think has been Director Freeman, who has proven herself as a willing and helpful partner in her time leading DPR thus far. She joined several of our DPR park readiness tours over the summer, which means a lot. It is focused on facilities, but also DPR and DGS work hand in hand together. And so it is a partnership where we must work together to ensure our DPR facilities are up to a standard that we need. We are dealing with issues across, like at Emory, where we still don't have a working elevator for our seniors. But whenever I reach out to Director Freeman, she's always like, I understand, Councilmember, we're going to try to work with our seniors despite the facility situation that's happening. She's also showed interest in engaging with and council improving services. And in my letter after those visits, I wrote that we need to improve our management of litter and clarify who owns some of the more complex issues in our parks. And I've seen helpful engagement from Director Freeman and her team, and I've been grateful for their partnership as we work with our other community partners, agency partners, in making sure our facilities grounds are clean. Director Freeman also has been a huge supporter to Ward 4 seniors. She just recently attended our Ward 4 Senior Jubilee and personally attended and engaged with our seniors as they talked about some of the programming and things that DPR offers to our seniors. So my questions, so thus far, I have seen such a willingness and a heart for the children, for the seniors, for the families of the district, and Director Freeman, and a willingness to work together with agency partners to improve our DPR, our centers, both facilities and programming wide. My questions today will focus on a few operational challenges and issues and that I'm hoping to resolve together before the spring and summer, including what's the plan to reopen the Tacoma Fitness Center? What's this I'm hearing about canceled Zumba classes? Can people get a refund? I heard from residents across Ward 4 about canceled classes, including Zumba classes. And so I wanted to hear about how many DPR classes were canceled this fall. Why did so many cancellations sort of take place, and sort of what the process for refunds are going to be for some of those classes? And what will DPR change to prevent so many cancellations like this in the future? How are we going to recruit more lifeguards? Who's going to be responsible for custodial services at Roosevelt Pool? How can we train our lifeguards to balance safety with civility towards residents? and how we can ensure safety and security around our rec centers, including ones that have experienced issues like Petworth and Raymond. So thank you again, Chairman White, for holding today's hearing. I'm in and out because of the DOB confirmation hearing that is taking place right now as well, and a public safety walk later today with Chairwoman Pinto in Ward 4. So if I am not here when we start questions, I'll send those questions over to you and your staff in the hopes that you all can be able to deliver those questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Janice Lewis George. Miss Monica Ray, you can go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Councilmember George and the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. It is indeed my pleasure to come before you today as a proud Congress Heights resident. And as you know, Councilmember, our ward, while home to the most young people, recreation remains a challenge in many of our communities. Despite the presence of recreation facilities, we continue to face disparities in equity and accessibility. We still have limited access to high quality, well-maintained facilities. As a result, many community organizations and local initiatives are playing vital roles in enhancing recreational opportunities for children, and local nonprofits and grassroots opportunities for children are created by the local community. As a result of these realities, we need a dynamic, transformative leader, and I offer my enthusiastic support for Thennie Freeman as the ideal candidate for the role of Director of DPR. Thennie embodies the qualities that we need in a leader, and I'd like to highlight 3 key aspects that make her the perfect choice for this important position. First and foremost, she's a true champion of human-centered design. She has consistently demonstrated from her work with DOES to DPR a deep understanding of the needs and desires of our community, ensuring that recreation programs and facilities not only are accessible, but tailored to the unique preferences of our residents. Her commitment to involving the community in the decision-making process has led to innovative and inclusive programs that reflect the diverse interests of our citizens. She's played a significant role in enhancing activities in places like Oxen Run Park and our rec centers, and expanding the inventory of recreational options east of the river in non-traditional spaces like the first boutique gym in Congress Heights at Sycamore and Oak. She recognizes the importance of providing green spaces and recreational opportunities in underserved areas. Ms. Freeman not only is passionate about human-centered design, but she's a highly competent manager. Her track record of effectively leading teams and budgets, even in challenging times, showcases her exceptional leadership abilities. Her organizational skills, strategic thinking, and ability to motivate others while building capacity within her team are qualities that will be instrumental in ensuring the smooth operation and continuous improvement of DPR. Perhaps what distinguishes her most is her unwavering devotion to our youth and our senior citizens. She understands that our community's strength lies in its intergenerational connections. She has tirelessly advocated for programs that cater to the needs and aspirations of our youth, offering them a safe and nurturing environment for personal growth and development. Simultaneously, she has shown immense compassion and commitment to our seniors, ensuring they have access to recreational activities that promote their health and well-being, like the amazing senior prom I was able to witness. In summary, Thennie Freeman is a visionary leader who prioritizes human-centered design, possesses exceptional management skills, and is devoted for our community's youth and seniors. With her at the helm of DPR, we can be confident that our city's recreational services will flourish, connecting people of all ages, backgrounds, and interests. Her commitment to enhancing parks like Oxen Run Park and expanding offerings east of the river demonstrates her ability and dedication to equitable access to green spaces and activities. I wholeheartedly support Thennie Freeman's candidacy for this pivotal role and urge you to do the same. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Is Wendell Quan here? Ronald Moulton, Samantha Leach, Raymond Bell, Stephanie Campbell, William Shelton. If you hear these names, you can elevate them. You can move right along. Okay, I see we are joined by Raymond Bell. Mr. Bell, and I'm sorry, Samantha Leach, then Raymond Bell. Ms. Leach, are you available to turn your camera on? Okay.
Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties, but I'm here.
I've had mine this morning too,
Thank
so
you.
I empathize. So
It's sound and visual, but I'm here now. Can you see and hear me?
yes, go right ahead.
Great. Well, it's a pleasure to be here and provide testimony on behalf of Thennie Freeman, who has honestly been one of the best leaders that I have experienced in DC government since I've been working with DC government. And I will give my testimony now, what I've written, and answer any questions that you may have. Dear Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs, I am here to express my unwavering support for the confirmation of Director Thennie Freeman as the Director of the DC Department of Parks and Recreation. I have had the privilege of observing Director Freeman's remarkable leadership in the realm of youth development, and it's been my honor to provide this testimony on her behalf. Director Thennie Freeman has been a beacon of inspiration and unwavering commitment in the field of youth development for several years. Her dedication to fostering an environment that minimizes negative youth engagement and promotes physical, emotional, and mental wellness is nothing short of exemplary. Her passion for creating and expanding programs that empower our city's youth is evident in her track record, which has shown tangible and positive impacts on the lives of countless young individuals. Throughout her career, Director Freeman has consistently demonstrated her ability to lead and govern government programs that are specifically geared towards the development of our city's youth. Her vision, expertise, and innovative approach have been instrumental in providing our young citizens with the tools and opportunities they need to thrive. Under her leadership, the DC Department of Parks and Recs has become a symbol of hope, a place where young people can grow, learn, and reach their full potential. What truly sets Director Freeman apart is her exceptional talent for building strong and effective teams. Her ability to inspire, mentor, and guide her colleagues is a testament to her leadership skills. She has fostered an environment where collaboration, creativity, and dedication thrive, resulting in the creation of high-impact programs that have benefited our community immensely. In conclusion, Director Thennie Freeman's dedication to youth development, her unshakable passion for creating programs that enhance the well-being of our young residents, and her proven track record of governance and leadership in government programs makes her an ideal choice to lead the DC Department of Parks and Recs. I wholeheartedly support her confirmation, and I have the utmost confidence in her ability to continue making a positive and lasting impact on the lives of our city's youth. Thank you for your time and consideration. Director Thennie Freeman is a leader worth celebrating and supporting, and I am confident she will excel in this role. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ray Bell, the Hope Project.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you all for the opportunity to share a few remarks. What I won't spend my time doing is covering a lot of stuff that's already been covered about this amazing individual. And I'm sure others will have some great things to say afterwards. I want to be a little bit more specific. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't have any written testimony. I want to kind of speak from the heart. I met Ms. Freeman in the summer of 2013 when we were starting what's called DCU Tech. Ms. Freeman, Ashley Williams, and Jern Price got together and said, we're going to come up with a new way of helping young people. And this was some groundbreaking stuff that they were doing. And that DCU Tech produced about 15 cohorts. And if I had to guess, this is all IT, they all are $80,000 plus a year for some of them make over 200 grand, and 95% of them didn't have a college degree. They stepped out, 15 and the others, they stepped out on a cliff in a sense to put this together, and it worked. It shows great leadership. The next thing I wanted to mention, what I think is really, really important, is that the folks who haven't met Ms. Freeman yet, they know her title as director. For the majority of folks that are on this call and plenty of others, we know her title as public servant. The best example I can give you of leadership is for her to have taking on this new role. We see her on social media. She's at the pools. She's at the rec centers. She's in the face of the young people in a way that she can connect that a lot of others in a similar role wouldn't be able to do. But I also wanted to mention the fact that her leadership is demonstrated by the way she's went out and recruited additional people to join her. See, I think a lot of us forget that this work isn't done by individual people, it's done collectively. And the folks that know her, we all know the high caliber, incredibly talented people that have joined DPR since she's been there. That says a lot. And a lot of them have come from the Department of Employment Services where she used to work. And they've been there for a while. For them to want to move, it ain't because it's just an opening, it's because they're joining one of the best leaders the city have inside of government or outside. I can't wait for all the things that she plans to do over at DPR. I've actually reached out and asked, is there opportunities for us to maybe even do some training in there and then give slots to people that she feels who deserve them, who may not have been able to get into one of our classes otherwise. I just know that we can all expect big things from Thennie and her team. And I expect DPR, not DPW, excuse me, I expect DPR to become even brighter light in the city because of the talent of Ms. Freeman and the people that she's bringing on board. I apologize for not having written testimony, but I just want to kind of share some thoughts just like from my heart about what I know about this person. And I'm rooting for her and the team 100%. Thank you for the opportunity to talk for a few minutes. And I wish the whole team over there, led by Thennie Freeman, great success. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Stephanie Campbell, Congress Heights Community Training and Development Corporation.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Campbell. I am the Chief Operating Officer for the Congress Heights Community Training and Development Corporation. I come to you today in support of Thennie Freeman for Director of the Department of Parks and Recreation. Thennie Freeman has dedicated her life to changing the trajectory of communities in DC, youth development, workforce development, and I've known her since her work at DC Public Schools, where she implemented policy and programs to better service youth, enhance their education, and enhance the parent engagement. She then went to work at Office of Youth Programs, OYP, serving over 20,000 youth each year. Thennie Freeman is committed to the work. She's the epitome of a change agent. She is, reading my testimony. She is boots on the ground and rolls up her sleeves to get the job done. As Raymond Bell said, she's at the pool, she's at the recreation center, she's at the parks, so she's boots on the ground. With and without the title of director, she's been doing the work and will continue to do the work. I strongly support Director Freeman, and I know that with her as the leader, our communities, our seniors, and youth are in great hands because she is a visionary, she's dedicated, and she's innovative. She can do this work in her sleep. And she is an amazing leader, and great leaders create great leaders. As Raymond Bell said, majority have come under her leadership to DPR from DOES. I'm a leader that was bred from Thennie Freeman. I'm now going to do great things. And so this is the work that she does. She is the epitome of changing DC. And so this position is meant for her, and I strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. William Shelton, Ward 5 Violence Prevention Network.
Good afternoon, council member and the Committee of Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. Similar to my colleague, Mr. Bell, and many others here, I'm not going to go all into a written testimony about Thennie Freeman, who is a candidate to be Director of Parks and Recreation. I've known Thennie for probably long-time council member, watched her grow through the ranks from DCPS to DOES and now at DPR. And what I want to talk to you a little bit about the kind of leader and visionary that she is. I'm the director of the Ward 5 Violence Prevention Network. We are the contractor for violence and intervention services for Ward 5 for a majority of the communities. They range from the Edgewood community all the way. And what I want to talk to you a little bit about the type of visionary leader that she is partnering together to have many of our violence intervention specialists, or as everyone calls them, VIs, co-located at some of the recreation centers. We have one that's working with the staff at Brentwood Recreation Center. We have a set of them that are working also with the team over at Kennedy Recreation Center under Ms. Hunter. And we have one that's working with Ms. Blackwell and her team at Langdon Park Recreation Center. And what has been critical with that is we also have, we can kind of work together. We're working with some of the same young people. We can kind of share our resources and share our support. And that's the kind of leader that she is. I think that we got it right this time. Director Freeman always remarks and makes the comment that she does not believe in cheating the children. So whatever's going on has to be done with effectiveness and quality. So I wanted to come here to say that you all got it right this time, council member. I'm fully supportive. I think the residents of the District of Columbia have gotten a proven quality leader, somebody who's going to roll up her arms and sleeves and really make sure that this work gets done and make sure that that agency is led and taking all of her collective experience and bringing it to the directorship of the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I don't have any questions for this panel. See the remarkable people who are on here doing the work in DC to speak to this confirmation has been second to none. And I look at the names on the other testimonies. I don't know what they're going to say per se, but just to see these faces here at this hearing is very important to the district, to know they have someone that we can tap into our city and have people who they've worked with previously to support their work. I think that's important to moving the district along. And so I don't know if Councilmember Janice Lewis George have any questions for this panel or not. But if not, I'm gonna move on. Thank you guys for taking time out of your busy day, your busy schedule, and your busy workload to come to this hearing and to speak on behalf of the interim director, Ms. Thennie Freeman. Thank you. All right, now we will have Charles Walker, Ebony Johnson, Karen Roberts Turner, Nasheed Smith, and Nicole Jordan.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
All right,
you.
my name is Charles Walker, and I'm with the District Workforce Coalition. And my entire organization, I am the director of programming for this organization. We're kind of new to the field, but we are in full support of Mrs. Thennie Freeman for director of DPR. As a native Washingtonian, as I realize most of the people on this panel are, we all know how important Parks and Recs have been to us. It actually shaped many of us, whether it was DC sports, where it was having the ability to go places after school. It's programming that a lot of the recreation centers had. I grew up having that space and that place to teach me how to be the man that I am today. And so I always am proud when someone who can come in and understands that agency. I've had the opportunity to work with Director Freeman during a back to school program at Dorothy Heights Elementary School. And I was so impressed with her engagement, with her, the communication back and forth that we had setting this program up. She attended the event and was very engaging with the public. And she guided us as a new agency all the way through the procedures and telling us what was right and what may be wrong and how to improve upon this when given a chance to continue to assist our community. As you can see, most of the people, all of the people so far who have spoken highly of Mrs. Freeman, and it's a reason, because she's a firm leader, and I think she will get this agency to move to the next level, which is very important, especially in these days and times as our youth are having a difficult time out here. But we know that the Parks and Recs have places that are safe havens, and then we get opportunity now, agencies outside of it, to step in and put our mark along with Director Freeman to make it even better so that our youth have a better chance. And then we don't have to worry so much about your the first program, which was for the rehabilitation center. We can try to keep these kids out of that all the way and put rehabilitation out of business. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and you guys definitely have gotten the right person for the job. And congratulations, Ms. Freeman. We look forward to seeing what you can do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We have, I see we have Nicole Jordan.
Yes, how are you? For 1 second. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for the opportunity. Just getting myself together. So good afternoon, Councilman White and the honorable members of the committee. My name is Nicole Jordan, and I'm here to testify in support of Thennie Freeman, who has been nominated for the Director of DC Department of Parks and Recreations. I've known Ms. Freeman for over 5 years, both professionally as a community advocate. She is a remarkable leader, a dedicated public servant, and a passionate champion for our youth. As the former Director of Marketing and Communications for the District's Office of Lottery and Gaming, I had the privilege of working with Ms. Freeman and her team on several projects. She was always a great partner who delivered high-quality results. She ensured that we had youth interns from diverse backgrounds and that we gave them memorable experiences. She also stepped in and managed any situation that arose with professionalism and integrity. As a community advocate, Mrs. Freeman has been a passion for youth development. I'm the president of the Washington, D.C. alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and Mrs. Freeman has been an active leader in our organization since joining the sisterhood. Delta Sigma Theta sorority has a national program called Batti, empowering males to build opportunities for developing independence, which is designed for African-American boys between the ages of 13 and 18. The purpose of the program is to focus on improving the plight of African-American males. The program is designed to address the issues through dialogue and recommendations for change and action. Mrs. Freeman leads our chapter's Batti program and has been instrumental in reestablishing the program after the COVID-19 pandemic. Our impact and success can be directly linked to Mrs. Freeman's leadership. She has engaged more than 40 young people in various activities, such as life skill workshops, career exploration, community service, and cultural enrichment. She has recruited young men from all over the DC. And I am especially inspired by what we call the Middle Street Boys, and that's really the name that she calls them. One day, Mrs. Freeman was driving down DC and she met them one day driving in Southeast. They were standing in the middle of the street throwing rocks at cars. Don't know how, but somehow she managed to convince them to stop throwing the rocks and to join the program. She also developed a strong relation with their parents, the schools, and others, and these are some of the most successful participants of our program. Mrs. Freeman loves this community and she loves our youth. She has a vision for making our Parks and Recreation Department more accessible, inclusive, and innovative. While serving as acting director, her impact has been noticeable. She has reintroduced the cultural programs, and I'm excited to see youth taking piano lessons at DPR. Additionally, the Junior Lifeguard Program will ensure that our youth can start earlier than other jurisdictions planning for their summer jobs. Her ability to connect with youth is needed now more than ever as we address the myriad of issues happening in our community. I am confident Mrs. Freeman has the skills, experience, and enthusiasm to lead the department to new heights. So I highly recommend Thennie Freeman for the next director of DC Parks and Recreation. She is an asset to our city, and I'm confident she will serve as well. Thank you for the time and attention.
Thank you. Okay. Perrin Roberts Turner. Nasheed Smith. Jamal Holtz. Taurus Phillips. Mario Batti. Rockman Branch. Tony Bullock. If you are in a waiting area or under a different name or screen name, raise your hand so we can change your screen name and put the right name there so we can acknowledge you so you can get the opportunity to speak today. Okay, I see you, Mr. Holtz. If you can unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Perfect. Do I come off camera or?
There you go.
Amazing. Thank you, Councilmember White, Councilmember Louis George, and the committee for the opportunity to speak today and support and testify in support of acting interim director Thennie Freeman. I typically will come with remarks that are prepared and remarks that are outlined, talking points and all those things. But for this one particularly, I wanted to come speaking from the heart because I think it's important for us to not only talk about the ways that Director Freeman can uplift and support our young people in our Parks and Rec department in the city, but also think about the ways and uplift the ways that she's impacted young people like myself who's grown up and been native of the city. So today I'll be speaking from the heart in that essence, but I am in strong agreement of moving Director Freeman forward to support and be the director of the Department of Parks and Recs. In the moment like now, when we're talking about young people and supporting our young people, there is no other person better than I think to be there in support of our young people through our Parks and Rec department. I've got the opportunity to work with Director Freeman in many different facets and positions and roles that she's played, particularly starting I am an alumnus of the Marion Berry Youth Leadership Institute. As you all know, it's a youth leadership institute that allows for young people to get the opportunity to be civically engaged and understanding what it means to be involved in their communities. And I joined that program as a young 15-year-old who was just ambitious and didn't know anything about DC government, didn't know anything about what it meant to be involved in my community. And it was at a time where the application was closed to be a part of that program. But it was people like Director Freeman who saw the potential in a young person walking into the Department of Employment Services at the time and giving them a chance. And I think all young people in the city often what we need to be uplifted is a chance. We need people in leadership, people who are involved in positions to give young people a chance. And Director Freeman understands the value of what it means to give young people a chance. She's not just an individual who's been of support of our communities, but an individual who's been a mother of our communities. When I think about growing up in a single parent household, it is people like Director Freeman and utilizing the district resources and programming and supporting to help give a young person a second chance. So I am in strong favor. I am 20 seconds down to the clock, but I am in strong favor of making Director Thennie Freeman our permanent director for Parks and Recs to really push forward a vision for the city, to create opportunities for recreation for all people in the city. And she's the best person to do that.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Moving right along, we have Taurus Phillips. And I see we also joined by Councilmember Janice Lewis George in this hearing as well. Did you want to make a statement, Councilmember George, or you want to wait?
No, I'll wait. I just wanted to hear witnesses. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. And I know Commissioner Cheryl Moore is here. If we can find Ms. Moore, she's in the waiting room somewhere. We can elevate her. Mr. Phillips, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Councilman White, the committee for recreations, the other council people that are here. I thank you guys for this opportunity. I'm a rare case. I'm a business person in the private and the non-private sector. So we have a nonprofit organization here in DC. But more importantly, why my testimony is important, because I think I don't know her personally. I don't know Miss Thennie, but it's like getting a haircut, right? And you don't know the barber and everybody loves the cut. I've heard so much about Miss Thennie that it's important that we make sure that we gear ourselves behind her with all the innovative programs that she's already placed. And that's why we're coming to you. I'm coming from FB2 Barbershop, which we are morphing into a virtual program that we're looking to implement into DPR that we can help a lot of people. And we also have Southeast Tar Heels Youth Sports Association, where we've been in existence probably around 15 years when we morphed from FBR, and we service from 75 to 125 kids annually. And we think it's very important that we have somebody who's solid, who knows the kids in the neighborhood, who can relate, who has an open door policy, and somebody who can galvanize great people, because I saw great people leaving the organization to go there at DPR. And I really believe these people are really going to make a change in the city. It's going to trickle down, because when the head of the organization is in sync, it's going to trickle down. And I think we're on a nice wave and move for the city. Thank you for this opportunity. Please put your best work behind her. And in the community here and all the people that I know, we're definitely behind you, Ms. Thennie.
Thank you for that. And I do owe you a call, sir. So
Yes,
good
sir.
to see you.
Yes, sir. Good to see you.
Who else we have? Mario Batti.
Greetings.
Greetings.
All right, my name is Mario Batti. I'm a former support staff within OIP under Director Freeman. I then became a full-time employee. I can generally remember.
Mr. Batti, do you intend for your camera to be off?
We could turn it on. Okay. How's that now?
Perfect.
All right, great. So I can genuinely remember the vibrant energy when I seen her for the first time step into OIP. The success and demonstration when she joined the Department of Employment Services, where she worked and came from the educational background, dealing with children of all ages. She was very comfortable with young people from all over the District of Columbia. Director Freeman impacted my success in my career as I am now standing today as a DT fireman in an emergency, of course, EMT. She's always been a part of my every step of the way, and I've been with different agencies throughout the government, which I can say that she has been one of the best directors, supervisors that I've ever met. She's always been the best fit for our community in the Department of Parks Recs. When I got the call the other day or the text message to speak on her, I couldn't believe it. I was so excited that she had, the opportunity to do this. She has the drive, the passion, the best for our city and our youth now today. And I'm inspired and invested in many people, and she has inspired and invested in many people's lives that I can name off of one hand to 20 hands that I've worked with or met during, my time being in the government or even just around the city. Doing so well within their career and many more now. I support and nominate Ms. Thennie Freeman as the best candidate of the directors of Park and Recs for the District of Columbia.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your service to the district.
Thank you.
Rockmont Branch, Coach Bullock. Go right ahead. We got to see if we can hear you. I can see you, but I don't know if we can hear you. Mr. Bullock.
Good afternoon.
Good
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna read my testimony. Good afternoon, esteemed council members, distinguished guests, and dear friends and family. My name is Tony Bullock, and I'm a proud representative of Ward 5, also running business in Ward 4. Today, I stand before you to offer my heartfelt testimony on behalf of Thennie Freeman. First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who has taken out their busy time out of their schedule to speak on support of Thennie Freeman. Although I haven't had the pleasure of a personal acquaintance with her Thennie and I have had the privilege of crossing each other's paths on a few occasions at various parks and recreation centers located in Washington, D.C. In these interactions, Thennie's communication has constantly stood out, being remarkable, clear, and focused, especially when it comes to addressing matters within our parks and recreation centers. Her willingness to not only listen, but act upon constructive criticism has been truly commendable. She has displayed an open-minded approach and has changed genuinely and within her heart. I'd like to thank you guys for listening to my testimony, and you fully have my support, Thennie, and I wholeheartedly, earnestly hope that this council will confirm her as the new Director of Parks and Rec. Thank you all guys for your attendance and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I want to see if anyone else is in the waiting room. I know we're waiting for Commissioner Moore. Staff is unable to find you for the last 45 minutes. So I see we have Wendell Quan here. If you can go ahead, if we probably still find Commissioner Moore.
Okay, I found the camera. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here in strong support of the confirmation of Acting Director Freeman. I work here in Ward 8, specifically in the Congress Heights community. And I've had the privilege of working with her on a number of occasions, and most recently in her position as acting director. And so we, on the Main Street and at Congress Heights Community Development Corporation, find her to be accessible in this new role, very present and very innovative. Specifically, we work with her. We were brought into a project at Oxen Run Park, the well at Oxen Run Park, which is a gym and a secret kind of to the community. And so we have had the opportunity to outreach and bring people to the well in the community, and also work with Parks and Recs in terms of enhancing the programming at the well, and recently received, as a result of that work, a Arts Council grant to bring a jazz series to the well and continue that in the new fiscal year. And so, she's qualified with all of her previous experience, but in her new role, I think that is very unique, that most people, work 9 to 5, but we see her present and accessible almost 24/7 in our community, and we support her confirmation as director. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Your service here in the Great Ward 8. We're gonna have to move on for the sake of time. I don't see any more government witnesses, and so we have to elevate our interim director, Ms. Thennie Freeman, to the panel. Thank you all who took time out of your busy day and busy schedule to testify today at this hearing, which is very important to my colleagues and I in ensuring that we can get the public's input on nominations and appointees through Mayor Bowser's administration. Hello, Ms. Freeman. As you know, it is the practice of this office to swear in all of our government witnesses. You can start by raising your right hand. Check 1, 2. Can you hear me? Okay. You can start by raising your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth? You gotta cut your mic on.
I do.
There we go. And you can start off with your opening testimony.
Can you allow Danielle Evenou to share her screen, please?
You want to share screen? Yes, we can do that. Danielle, we probably have to elevate her as well. There she go.
She needs screen share enabled. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, Chairperson White, committee members, and staff of the committee and members of the community. My name is Thennie Freeman, and I am the acting director of the DC Department of Parks and Recreation. First and foremost, I would like to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser for appointing me to this vital position and entrusting me to lead DPR, an agency full of the nation's best recreators who work tirelessly every day to improve the health, well-being, and quality of life for DC residents and our visitors. As a new member of the National Recreation and Parks Association, a professional organization with a network of over 60,000 members, I am one than less than 20 African-American female directors in this industry. I would also like to thank Deputy Mayor Paul Kine for his steadfast support. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today to confirm me as DPR's director. During my testimony, I will share a bit about myself, my vision, my goals for DPR, and highlight a few of our recent successes. DPR's mission is to provide equitable access to gold standard recreational programs, services, and facilities across all 8 wards. DPR operates an inventory of over 80 recreation centers, 35 pools and aquatic centers, 243 park sites totaling 851 acres of green space, 104 playgrounds, 110 recreation fields, and more. I am honored to have been nominated for this position and look forward to carrying out its vital mission. I believe in taking a bold approach to leadership. I bring over 15 years of district government service to this position, and throughout my career, I've supported the district in various roles, focus on improving youth with programs, experiences, and opportunities that they need to thrive. While at DC Public Schools, I oversaw the implementation of high-quality out-of-school programs, working for the Office of Out-of-School Time. Following my work at DCPS, I served as the Associate Director for the Office of Youth Programs at the DC Department of Employment Services. I manage the district's youth workforce development portfolio, including the Marion Barry Youth Leadership Institute, the Marion S. Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, and other programs serving over 20,000 youth annually. In addition, I saw the distribution of over $15 million in grants to over 150 organizations that created measurable improvements to our youth workforce outcomes. In all of my previous positions with the district, I've partnered with DPR to implement and support programming. In 2008, while at DCPS, I helped implement and created what was called the district's first Play Day. This program was designed to offer fun learning spaces and recreation facilities during professional development days when schools were closed for youth. Understanding that many families still had work to do and had to work, and oftentimes our children would be left home alone, we created a program that would provide a solution to that. During my tenure at DOES, I created and implemented the Grow Your Own program, a program designed to connect out-of-school youth who typically hang outside the rec to train them so that they would have an opportunity to qualify for employment within DPR. This program ultimately served over 150 youth and grew to serve multiple agencies. This became the blueprint and model for the district's Learn, Earn, Advance and Prosper LEAP program. Imagine my amazement when I joined DPR in 2022 as the Deputy Director of Recreation Centers under the then Director Delano Hunter, walking in various rec centers and seeing youth who participated in the Grow Your Own program, who were now seasoned recreation professionals. Some of them have actually gone on to become managers. Serving as a key member of the DPR leadership team, I oversaw the transition of the newly designed lottery system for our 2023 summer camp enrollment. I also implemented expanded service delivery hours and access to recreational activities. Most importantly, I got to know this amazing staff who at DPR is vital, the heartbeat, our people. The DPR employees, the volunteers, and community partners are the agency's lifeline that enables us to serve individuals of all ages. I believe in transformational leadership, where each member of an organization across all levels are empowered and equipped to play a role in achieving a shared mission and goals. My vision is to bring transformative leadership to DPR and build our capacity to serve and deliver what we will call an elevated guest experience. We will provide our employees with training, leadership development, and ongoing support to increase their ability to serve, as we will be inclusive and adaptive in all our lenses for youth, seniors, families, and adults. I call this approach professionalizing play. By investing in our state-of-the-art recreation centers, we can deliver an inclusive and high-quality guest experience at all of our parks, recreation centers, pools, amenities across all 8 wards. I want to take just a few more moments, if you don't mind, to acknowledge some of our recent successes that I've supported in my current capacity as acting director. In Dallas last week, DPR received our reaccreditation for CAPRA. CAPRA is the only nationally recognized accreditation organization for recreation and parks, and is a valuable measure of how we're doing as far as operation, management, and service to the community. Ready to Play Master Plan. In the last month, DPR has finalized its Ready to Play Master Plan. The DC Parks and Recreation Master Plan is a framework for how we intend to grow and diversify our offerings and amenities to meet the needs of all DC residents. It is an ambitious, people-centered proposal for the district's park and recreation system that charts a bold path forward for planning, design, program operations that will guide us over the next 20 years. This summer, DPR delivered a massive footprint of programs and special events while expanding access to our outdoor pools. We held over 200 public events, including the biggest of them all, Chuck Brown Day. In total, we calculated approximately 34,000 residents served in the summer. We saw a 13% in outdoor pool visits and a 34% increase in indoor pool visits. In addition, we had an increase in our summer meal distribution with over 220,000 meals served at 85 sites across the district. We also gave away 8,500 pounds of free produce to our various community members. I'd like to also speak a little bit about the success of our summer camps. In 2023, we more than doubled the number of households receiving reduced rates for summer camp, with 850 households participating, giving families who typically could not afford access to summer camp an opportunity to do so. Also, with the lottery, we increased the participation by 31% and increased enrollment by 33%. Across all DPR summer camp programs, we had a total of 706 camps and a total enrollment of 11,592 compared to 7,651 in 2022. Thank you, Chairperson White and the rest of the committee for the opportunity to testify before you today about my qualifications and share my excitement to lead this great agency. I want to extend my deepest thanks to the entire DPR staff who accepts my calls at 2 in the morning or whenever especially a special shout out to the executive leadership team. I also want to thank current and former members of Mayor Bowser's cabinet who have offered their support, coaching, and guidance during this transition. In particular, Acting Chief Pamela Smith, Chancellor Louis Farabee, Superintendent Christina Grant, Director Chiron Hines, Director Latoya Foster, Dr. Unique Morris Hughes, as well as former Director LaQuanda Nesbitt and Deputy Mayor Courtney Snowden and Director Lamont Akins. I have to give a special shout out to my predecessors, Deputy Mayor Keith Anderson, Director Delano Hunter, and also Chief of Staff Lindsay Parker and Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Walker, and also Interim Director Quelly Sneed. Thank you, Chairperson White and the rest of the DC Council. In service to all of district residents, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Before closing out, I would like to share a brief video that I think encapsulates a snapshot of the work that I've done during my tenure. So if you could please. Okay, I think we're having some technical difficulties.
We'll try to be patient a few more moments, Director. I think you guys need to increase your broadband with your Wi-Fi.
We're good. Okay, thank you. We'll submit it so that you have it.
Great. So thank you, Director, for your opening statement. I think that the amount of love and support that I've seen from the public witnesses today has been encouraging to see, because we don't see it all the time, especially amongst those who are on the front line doing work and are credible in their spaces. I think that speaks volume to who you are as a leader, not even just with DPR, but through your tenure serving across the district. And so we have a number of questions we were asked from myself and other members who will join us to get a better feel for your mission and vision and what you want to do if confirmed as the director of DPR. I'll start with some of the basic things. Are you a district resident? And if confirmed, do you plan on residing in the district during the duration of your term?
I am a proud Ward 7 resident.
Thank you.
I do not intend to move.
Okay, thank you. Have you been or are you currently a member of any District of Columbia Board of Commissions?
I am a member of the Martin Luther King Holiday Commission, as well as district boards, NAACP. Yes.
Are any of these boards paid positions?
No.
Okay. Do you or your immediate family members have any interests, financial or otherwise, they may directly or indirectly pose a conflict of interest with the performance of your duties?
No, sir.
Do you have any outstanding liabilities, taxes, fees, in the district, federal, state, or local government that are contested or uncontested currently?
No, sir.
All right. Wanted to ask you some questions briefly. As you know, DC Department of Recreation touches everybody, from a wide range of backgrounds, ethnicities, genders, pets, ages. And so with that being said, it's a lot to take in. And I know DPR has some of the best staff in the District of Columbia's government, and they on the front line interacting with staff each and every day, and will be coming to face with you. One of the things we've heard consistently in the public's testimony about you was that people who were doing a remarkable job in other places came over to work with DPR for you. What do you attest that to, as far as you bringing people over to this new agency for you?
So when I think about building dynamic teams and systems, I don't specifically, I think if you offer individuals an opportunity to do some different things, they'll just sometimes share that. And when they share a shared vision to lead the community, I don't think it's really hard for people to follow. And so I think in my past work, I've demonstrated an ability to connect with people. And I think that people wanting to follow is a manifestation of that connection.
Thank you. There's an ongoing sense of urgency for the district to provide viable outlets and safe spaces and places that youth and young adults can go and flourish and grow. And I know you all did your Friday night, late night drip and late night hypes. Is this a part of your vision going forward? Tell us what that is, and how does this speak to part of the need to engage youth and young adults in our city?
So youth of yesterday are not youth of today. And because our youth are different, our approach has to be different. We have to meet them where they are, and we design programs that engage them. We have a youth advisory committee. We have our supreme teams. Our youth development officer is also our chief of roving leader. And so we are experts in the field of youth development. We're asking them what they would like to see. We're asking them what would keep them engaged, and we're offering it. There's a whole phenomenon around shadow boxing, and it's nothing physical, but it's youth taking their hands going up, down, side to side. But a shadow boxing contest will keep youth engaged for hours. And imagine when there's a prize to it. And so we've seen little things like that, just understanding them, meeting them where they are, and then building the capacity outward has been a beneficial tool in our DPR toolbox.
Thank you. On that vein, you spoke in your testimony, as I know, and I visited the Friday night hypes and drips and a lot of DPR. In fact, I come from DPR, as you know. And you spoke about grow your own. And a lot of people may or may not know what grow your own is. And as a leader of DPR, how do you plan on to expand that? If so, what would it take to expand that to ensure that youth and young adults in the city have a chance to not just be here, but thrive here and grow their families here and live comfortably here?
Thank you. So yes, we've already started what is a Recreators Academy, so that we can build the capacity of staff. We can train staff so that staff will have an opportunity to have upward mobility. We do recognize we hire approximately 700 people temporarily in the summer. And it is a letdown when individuals aren't able to stay. And they want to stay. And so we connect them to our sister agencies, DOES, we connect them to DCPS and other opportunities so that they can stay connected and engaged in the work. We do intend to build the capacity of our staff. So as they elevate and go into higher roles, that will allow others to come join the ranks in a lesser role.
Thank you. There has been some issues as relates to facilities across the district, and DPR has a lot of facilities and repairs. How do you envision your relationship with DGS and other community partners to ensure that there are conversations, understanding, and pretty much stuff getting fixed in our facilities to ensure the residents are safe and clean environments?
We are working consistently and tirelessly with DGS. Director Hunter and I, we meet weekly to address issues. We prioritize them based on safety, budget, a myriad of things. Where we can, we can tackle, for example, if there's an issue happening at another location, at one location, but we can mitigate some other issues. We're intentional about doing that, coupling repairs under one work order to minimize the wait time to get issues resolved.
And you said you are meeting weekly?
Correct.
Okay. There's an ongoing contention in the community about who can use the field, who can use the gym, who can use the rec, who can use have a baby shower. And, you know, historically, has been some issues with those who have the resources to buy space or allocate. In fact, I was at a community center in Northeast, and there was a group of senior citizens or seasoned citizens who were in the lobby area, and they saw me and they were complaining like, Mr. White, this is what I'm talking about. This room is reserved, but no one is in there. And, you know, it's pretty much more affluent people who have the resources to reserve a space has been taking up space across the city in various capacities. How do you as a leader balance those particular needs to ensure there's equity, inclusion, and that kids in our community can go across the street to enjoy their recs without being pushed out or ostracized or frowned upon because they don't have a permit or the money to reserve a space?
So we do not have an enterprise recovery model. Actually, the fees to permit our spaces are really nominal. You can permit our fields and our gyms for $7. It's regulated, the cost to reserve them. I do understand that at times the organizations will permit a space and pay for that permit and will not show. We've seen that internally as well, and we're working to mitigate some of that, especially having organizations who do permit a space and do not communicate with us that they're not going to use it, because you're right, that is an opportunity for others to use the space. We just don't know that oftentimes that the individuals have not shown up.
So Director, I guess I'm asking, how do we fix that? Because it has gotten a little better. Even we've introduced legislation to layer who has a right to use the facility versus another person. But it's going to take leadership, and I don't have all the answers. Just want to know your vision around that, because that comes up in almost every conversation, every visit to the rec, every hearing, a lot of emails.
So, you know, our recreation centers are hyper local, and I'll name Edgewood for an example. Edgewood is extremely popular and has approximately 10,000 visits monthly. And so the community, it is, I want this space, I need this space, I want this space, you got it, how do you have it? How was this individual allowed to permit it? And there is an order, like you said, it's regulated. It's on a first come, first served basis. As long as you meet the criteria that has been regulated, we will work again with the community and the organizations, as long as they're serving the community. It sometimes can be contentious with multiple entities within the community. And we recognize that people want more of us. And as we look at our systems and how we can resolve that, especially in communities like in Edgewood, where you have 10,000 visits a month and people coming and trying to rent all of our spaces.
Thank you. There's an ongoing issue with public safety in DC and in and around all areas of the city. And I know the DPRs, roving leaders, historically played a role inside the rec, mentoring and providing programming to Skatemobile, Fun Wagon, movie night. Can you speak to what do you envision the roving leaders' role will be, and how do you ensure that we have security in addition to the roving leaders and or police to ensure public safety at these particular facilities?
Thank you. So a couple of things. Our roving leaders is the mobile intervention and prevention arm of recreation. Not only are we in the community, we partner with the schools. We're in the schools so that we have an opportunity to get to know the youth. We go to their homes, we work with their families. We have a all-inclusive, holistic approach with our roving leaders. Our roving leaders just won a grant to serve the Parkview community for $50,000. Our roving leaders just presented as well at the National Recreation and Parks Association. And so I envision more training for the roving leader staff so that they have what they need. Last year, we did have an additional 5 staff members added to support. And we're also increasing activations and partnering in communities. We also have an MOU with MPD. And so we've also increased our footprint security where areas where we have seen high crime and unfortunate issues of instances of violence.
Thank you. I'm over my time. I know we have joined by a number of other council members. Councilmember Christina Henderson, then followed by Councilmember Zachary Parker.
Thank you, Chairman White. Good afternoon, Director Freeman. I want to start with one of the areas where I feel like it feels like Hunger Games every time, summer camps. So last year we piloted something new, which was a lottery process for summer camps so that folks didn't feel like they had to, sign up at one time on one day and, fight for a spot. But there were some kinks in year one. And so I'm just curious in terms of how you all have evaluated whether or not you plan to continue this in the future. Is this something that we are going to be able to roll out earlier so that families aren't waiting until April or May to kind of figure out what's going to happen with their young people over the summertime?
Thank you. We did pilot summer camp, and we had a 100% success rate. What does that mean? It means that everyone who requested a space got a space. How do you say that that happened? So when the lottery was first introduced, families had an opportunity to sign up. They selected the spaces that they wanted. After that, if they were selected, they had 2 weeks to pay. If they did not pay within the 2 weeks, we went to the waiting list. After the waiting list, they had another 2 weeks. Those individuals had 2 weeks to pay. If they did not pay for those slots, we went to our reduced rate families first and offered them an opportunity for a slot. And if they did not participate, then we went to the general population and everyone else and asked them. And then from the general population, we then opened it up to Maryland residents. And so those who were not DC residents. And so we went through every phase, ensuring that everyone had an opportunity to have a space. Now, they may not have gotten the space at the center that they wanted, because we know that Ward 5 is highly popular and the most coveted recreation center as far as it comes to camp spaces. But there were offerings in other parts of the district if families wanted to participate. Do we envision doing it again? Yes. What we recommend. I'm sorry? Yes, yes, we envision doing it again because it was highly successful. Yes, it was kinks. We understand that. We're working with our vendor. There are some things that I identified that I thought could have been some system improvements as well. But overall, the overall success was highly successful.
Okay. Is this something that we can deploy for some of the other seasonal programming where we have high demand for? So swimming classes, gymnastics, cheering in the fall and the winter time. That's also another, I think I had intentions to sign my kids up for soccer, and then I got busy, missed it. And then by the time it was like, oh, well, Tiny Tots is all totted out. So is this something that we can sort of think about how we can improve signups so that it's not a one day, one time situation?
Yes, so we do have highly popular programs. We're looking at instances where we could build capacity. We recognize that in some areas, programs fill up really fast, and then in some areas, not so much. So we're looking at resources and how we can mitigate that. The challenge becomes you don't want to take anything from a community. And so we're looking at how to appropriately do that. I'll give you an example with the co-op. So we have co-op, it fills up really fast, with the exception of Ward 7 and 8, and there are spaces. So while Bald Eagle has a co-op, we recognize that in that community, families can't do a half day where you bring your child from 8 to 12, right? They need more of a full day. Do we remove it from their area, or do we work to find another solution? So those are the kinds of things where we don't want to hinder another community by providing an opportunity elsewhere.
Okay. And so speaking of some of these high desired activities, which I think are really great offerings that we have here, one of the challenges that I think Councilmember White sort of alluded to has been around space. The other has been around finding staff to be able to consistently provide, whether it be supervision or workshop or classes, right? We often get notifications from families of, hey, I showed up at this rec center for the class, and then the class was canceled because the teacher didn't show, or this, that, and the third. Obviously, some of that is personnel issues, but I also know too that our surrounding jurisdictions are sort of wising up in terms of how much we are paying our lifeguards in comparison to theirs. And so are we thinking about other ways that we can embed training programs or recruitment programs for some of these highly sought after positions? So I think somebody posted, I remember, at Howard, you have to you have to do swim in order to graduate. I'm not saying that those could be lifeguards, but I am saying that we do have a pool of individuals who we could be recruiting to serve in some of these roles for the ones who are more advanced.
Thank you. So when there are vendors that operate classes that we may pay who may not show up because staff, their tour duty requires them to be there. However, a vendor or a contractor is there for a specific dance class, a fencing class,
right,
Zumba class. And if they're not showing and we're getting feedback from the community, we're looking in other directions to find other instructors, because we do know that, families build their calendar around events. And if you schedule to take your child somewhere and you're rushing from school, I get it. I'm a mother. And so we do not take time or these things for granted. And so we're looking at vendors who need some additional supports. And we, we'll invite them to other jurisdictions while we get the best talent here in DC.
Okay. And I can appreciate that too. Sometimes things happen, but we want to make sure that, particularly for some of the programs where we do have parents who are paying, right, that they are getting a consistent instructor who is showing up to provide the services that they're looking for. One thing I did want to ask about, and again, this was something that started in the administration prior to yours, but one of the things that was a problem is for some of the outdoor parks that DPR manages, right? So I'm not talking about NPS land, I'm talking about you guys' land, issues around trash or debris sort of piling up in terms of whether there's a miscommunication with DPW or folks not recognizing, oh, this park is now in more frequent use and therefore our 1 day a week trash pickup is no longer working for us. How are you all continuing to think about how do we mitigate that to make sure that the spaces are not only safe, but they're also clean and inviting?
So that's an excellent question. And one of my observations, I noticed that in other jurisdictions, they have what is called a park manager. Someone who is designed not for the facilities, not for the recreation centers, but for actually the parks. And so we're looking at a staffing model where we can realign current staff to serve as a park manager. We do have our park ambassadors. We also have our level 1 maintenance team, but what you're speaking of in its truest form in this industry is considered a park manager.
Okay.
And so we are looking to build that within our inventory.
Okay, great. And then lastly, this has been something that has come up kind of recently, but I'm curious about the relationship that you all have with some of our public schools and public charter schools who do not have recreational facilities on their campuses for whatever reason. Immediate one that comes to mind is School Without Walls, right? They are housed on the campus of George Washington University and therefore don't have access. Do we give priority to DCPS and public charter schools when they're looking for gym space or otherwise for their teams to be able to practice?
Absolutely. That's part of the what's legislated. Schools get priority. We do work with our schools, a great partnership with Dr. Farabee, ensuring that if there's space, if there's something that we need, absolutely. I will also mention just standalone. We've noticed that the data shows that young people usually drop off of recreation around 11. And so when you think about the high school students, traditionally, if they're not involved in a program or a sport, they're typically not coming to the centers for programs like they used to when they took the dance or the tiny tots at younger ages.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you. Councilmember Zachary Parker.
Thank you. And good to see you again, Director. I wanted to pick up on a thread that Chairman White was discussing, and that's the use of facilities. You all referenced Edgewood, which is a facility that my office receives dozens of complaints about a month. Is there a system in place to audit the actual use of spaces at the rec centers or to ensure that there is a baseline level of service provided to regular users? Because as Chairman White suggested, that is what we're experiencing. Youth in the community are trying to use the rec center, rooms are registered and folk are not showing up. And so oftentimes they don't have access to rooms which are left empty. And so can you just speak to what is the audit process happening at DPR? And like, how do we provide a baseline level of service for those that would need the rec center the most, like our youth?
Thank you. So what we've done, we've challenged staff if vendors or if the room is reserved and they're not showing up, we're sending emails so that we can document. Also, with a center like Edgewood, we've taken offline the ability to reserve the rooms after a certain hour so that we can have just what's called open access and open play. And we did that to solve for understanding that youth were coming to the facility, but if they weren't registered in a program, they couldn't participate. And so we recognize that the recreation centers are a safe space for them, and we didn't want to over-program. And so while community members may not have been okay with the idea, the greater need was serving our young people. And so those are strategies that we're implementing to ensure that young people have an opportunity for free play and safe environment.
And how much time is dedicated to that open access and open play?
I believe 7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
Okay.
Which is 9 p.m.
Yeah, I echo what you're suggesting, that we should prioritize our young people, getting them off the streets and giving them more productive things to do. And I know Edgewood in particular is a very popular rec center, and that continues to be something we hear from residents. I did want to highlight a couple of other ward-specific things. We heard from constituents this summer of difficulties at DPR outdoor pools, including a lack of accommodations for disabled residents, the deep end of several pools being closed the majority of the time, unwelcoming interactions with certain staff at specific facilities, delayed openings or premature closures. I think there was even an update mid-summer around how much time people could be in the pool versus having to get out of the pool. What steps do you plan to take to help equip DPR staff for next summer's outdoor pool season to ensure pools are open, accessible, and welcoming for all residents?
Thank you. Customer service is a priority for us. Yes, in the middle of the summer, we did change our posture and our policy. So the national standard is that there's an all out on the 45-minute. Swimming for so long or too long is just not healthy. And then our younger youth, forgive me, I don't mean to sound disgusting, but it is the fact. If they use the bathroom in the pool, it creates bacteria. It causes the chlorine to have to work harder, and the pools are not safe. So by calling it out all out, we did a couple of things. We gave the pool an opportunity to reset. We also realized that in July, it was the hottest days of the summer. And so with that, we had our lifeguards, what they call pushes or sitting in chairs, rotating frequently in the sun. That also was not healthy nor a best practice. And so we made readjustments to what was the industry standard best practices for all. And overwhelmingly, we had a great response. I do know that constituents initially were frustrated, but when you think about someone who visits the pool for approximately 2 hours versus someone who's working at the pool for an 8 to 10 hour shift, we have to consider the whole. And in doing so, I think we created a safer environment for everyone.
I would agree that safety is paramount. I would just encourage DPR and you and your leadership of the agency to consider especially accommodations for disabled residents. And I know that is something you're sensitive of, but there can only be one director in one place at a time, and that may not necessarily translate to what's being shared or how neighbors are receiving certain issues or recommendations at specific facilities. You referenced the coordination with DCPS and our charter schools. I wanted to highlight two DCPS schools in particular. One is Dunbar, that has the Dunbar Aquatic Center, which is managed by DPR within Dunbar. And there have been questions around maintenance and just access to the pool. So can you, and then separately, the J. Cole Rec Center, which is located next to Wheatley Education Campus. That issue is a little bit separate, where there are concerns around public use of the facilities next to a school. So for instance, when kids are outside at recess. Speaking, generally, how do you coordinate with DCPS as an agency to support these facilities that our young people have more immediate access to? In particular, at Dunbar, there have been questions around maintenance, and some of the school staff there is like, well, I guess maybe this pool is not being tended to as frequently as a regular DPR facility. So what does that coordination with DCPS look like?
So we have an MOU with the DCPS governing our pools. The lifeguards are ours, but there are areas that are covered with our MOU. As far as community access, the pools, as you know, the schools have first right of refusal. And so we tend to partner with the schools and share whatever their vision or their goal. So if they're saying they're having swimming happening at these hours, we don't interrupt that for public service. But what I've heard this at our pools, and what we're trying to do, I'm working with Dr. Therapy to figure out the best way to support public use. I know we just got funding for Baloo to come online. We've had this question about Roosevelt as well. So we're looking at how can we have a solid community usage partner policy that people know and don't have to guess. So
I love that. I love that.
We'll hear more about that as we work to resolve this.
I love that. And I will say Ward 5 neighbors love the Dunbar pool. And so in thinking about how do we maintain public access, but also the maintenance of the pool, that it's safe and clean for everybody to enjoy. I know time is ticking. I wanted to come to maintenance of public spaces, which I know is also something we've talked a lot about, but that it's also top of mind for you. So thinking about litter pickup and playground equipment maintenance and water fountain maintenance, what steps is the agency taking to address systemic issues around upkeep and maintenance at DPR facilities?
So we do, again, we have a level 1 maintenance team to try to mitigate some of the low hanging fruit that doesn't require us to rely on our DGS partners or our DPW partners. So there are some things that we try to do within ourselves because we know that while partnership is important, we want to make sure that anything that we can take care of, that we do. And so again, I think going back to having a park manager and looking at sites that are heavily used by the community and not treated so well, and paying special attention to those.
Yeah, and I would say just kudos to your team at Turkey Thicket, which you know is right next to Brooklyn Middle. Through collaboration with the school, they shifted the trash pickup, which seems like a very minor thing, but it translates to a cleaner campus. So instead of the trash being picked up on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which usually means when kids come to school on Monday, trash is overflowing and usually everywhere because trash hasn't been picked up. By shifting the days and having that coordination between DPS and DPR, we now have a cleaner campus. So I'm glad to hear that that is top of mind for you, and I'm hoping that that coordination can help lead to, great continuity of service across our beautiful parks. So thank you, Director.
Thank you. Great timing. I know we have Councilmember Freeman next. I think Councilmember Allen expressed that he has to jump into another hearing. Councilmember Freeman, do you have a moment?
Yeah, that's okay. If Councilmember Allen needs to go, I'll go after him.
Okay, so we're here from our Ward 6 colleague, Councilmember Charles Allen.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, I know I'm not a member of the committee, so thanks for letting me pop in. And Councilmember Freeman, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Director Freeman, great to see you. And congratulations on the appointment. And thank you for already working with me on several issues when we're trying to kind of get issues resolved and information out. So thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to ask about a couple of different things. And I guess I feel like I've heard a couple of my colleagues kind of touch on it a little bit, but I wanted to see if I could get you to tell me more about your vision of how you want to lead the department a little bit when it comes to not just some of the maintenance issues, but how do we actively manage some of our outdoor parks and spaces? And I'll use one example, and that's the Eastern Market Metro Park. And you probably know that's where I'm going to go with this because you got good staff who told you. When we try to pull together the different stakeholders around this space, the city made a phenomenal investment. So we did a phenomenal job of creating a new playground that's active and full of people, which is great. We got a splash pad that's full of people and great. We've got spaces that are improved. But in some parts of the plaza, we've got more negative activity that's taking place. And that can be everything from trash to some other issues, but some of it has to do with folks that have got some pretty significant substance use disorder, some mental health and behavioral health needs. And it doesn't feel like anybody owns the park. And we pulled together a lot of our stakeholders, and I appreciate DPR put their hand up when I asked the question, who owns the park? And DPR said, it's us. But I think that DPR, just traditionally, the model has been obviously active management of rec centers, of pools, but these kind of park spaces don't have the same level of active management. And that's what I wanted to ask you about. How do you want your tenure at DPR to go? Do you see that we need to manage these spaces differently, do more active management rather than waiting till we kind of get a complaint-based system? Just kind of what's your vision around how you want to more actively manage parks like that? Because I think for Eastern Market Metro Park, what I'm unfortunately hearing from constituents is we made this great investment and they just feel like it's degrading quickly. And that's not what we want. We both want to make sure that's a safe, welcoming space for everybody.
Thank you. Yes, Metro Park, top of mind for all of the partners, government partners, DBH, DGS, DPW, DDOT, myself, we all have wrapped and are wrapping in our strategic about how to serve the unhoused residents that live there. We internally discussed what a park manager would look like if that was an option, but the reality of it is there's no working bathroom. And so that, of course, limits that to have an independent, isolated, someone designated to that park. There is a larger issue, and it is concerning because it's a beautiful space. And we want the public to be able to use it and not feel unsafe or unwelcomed by some of the things that are happening in the park, some of the substance abuse and, you know, the other things that happen. So it is something that is top of mind, top of presence, that we are working as a partnership, collaborating. We know Community Connections is right next door. We're speaking with them to see what this looks like, even engaging the businesses, how we can support. And I look forward to discussing further what that plan could look like. But right now, we're still in the preliminary stages of just trying to see what is possible.
Okay. How do you, can I pull that thread a little bit more to better understand, like, what does a park manager look like? Do we have an example of us doing that in any other type of space, have that type of active park management, or this is a new way that you would look at how to manage the space differently?
So looking at managing the space differently, parks in our inventory, again, looking at how recreation systems across the nation are aligned. Many of them have either park superintendents or park managers who cover all of the spaces, the green spaces, the parks. DC doesn't have that currently in its inventory. So looking at what we currently have and how we can repurpose a position to solve for that, where there would be intentionality and the park wouldn't necessarily be complaint driven, but there would be an active presence. The community would know that individual such and such and such visits this space, is the person that you need to email to ask questions. This particular person will be responsible for coordinating with other organizations or liaising with our partners at our other agencies to solve. And just, you know, so that's just a thought. And I'm studying it. I've studied, like I said, other jurisdictions who have that model and seeing how we can incorporate it into our system.
Okay. I appreciate that. I want to support you and try to think through how that works, right? I'll be honest that I feel like I'm the park manager right now. I am fielding all the complaints from the ANCs and from residents. I'm having to track down each agency and try to get them out there. But of course, I'm not the executive branch. They don't work for me, right? So I call and ask, I plead, I try to get attention out there. I've done walkthroughs. I mean, I've got maintenance issues that haven't been addressed in over a year and a half, things that were already breaking like 6 months after the park was completed, and they haven't been done yet. And so it's very frustrating. And I will say it feels like it takes a lot of time for me to have to be a park manager when I got a whole department of Parks and Rec. And so I want to find collaborative ways that we find good long-term solutions. You know, I think because we've also not seen the type of active management, it's also forcing us to try to think about different workarounds. So, you know, we put in grant funding for programming and activating the space. We've also added a new sub-grant now, $75,000 for behavioral health and substance abuse outreach, which is kind of taking the place of what agencies should be doing, but we put money in because we're doing that. So can you give us an update now the fiscal year has begun, what the timeline for that RFA is going to be to get the dollars out for FY24 for the programming, which is the $150,000, and then also the behavioral health and substance use grant, which is $75,000?
Yeah, we're currently working actively to get all of our RFAs for fiscal year 24 out on the streets. And I will follow up with you and connect with your office as soon as it's posting.
Okay, would love to do that. Let me turn to, with my remaining time, probably I'm gonna hit too many more here. one of our favorite pools in all of DC, Rumsey, which I'm very excited about the opportunity to rebuild that space and get the Rumsey that we can have, because the systems there, we know, we're just so old. I know that we need to, now that we're in the new fiscal year, we finally are where we got some dollars now to kind of get the process started. Have you outlined yet what the community engagement process is going to look like? And I think we have seen in the past when we've had to do closures for things like boilers or other systems that have kind of caused us to have to close the pool for a month at a time, that communication is sometimes a challenge. And I want to, again, be a partner with you to help make sure we're letting folks know. But what do we have an engagement plan lined up yet for beginning the Rumsey design process?
Not yet. We are working to, we have ward specific community engagement updates, and that one hasn't been scheduled, but you are correct. The design, the planning is supposed to start for Rumsey this fiscal year, and we're excited about that. But I assure you, you will be the first to know when we schedule the dates for the community engagement. And the Friends of Rumsey and the swimmers who are emailing and the ANCs. So it is top of mind, and we're working to resolve that and put the dates out in advance. It will be virtual and in person.
Mm-hmm.
To solve for everyone and to have a more robust audience.
Great. Well, I'm looking forward to that. And I think, again, it's going to be something the community is really excited about, that opportunity. Love our Rumsey pool. I was there last night for an hour and a half. Lots of families, lots of seniors, lots of kids. Everybody loves it. But we know we got to get it in the shape that it needs. And it really provides, frankly, a really fantastic opportunity to build a, just kind of top-notch pool facility that really becomes a community center. So I'm excited to work with you on that one. Just real briefly, the other one that I know that my ANC commissioners in 6A wouldn't let me get away with this if I didn't ask about Sherwood. Sherwood Rec Center just continues to feel like it does not have programming, and there's a lot of little issues there. I'd love to do a walkthrough maybe with you to kind of help put some eyes on kind of where we're doing things. Also give you a chance to talk about what you're hoping to get out of that. But just with my remaining seconds, can you kind of help address some of the programming concerns we've had at Sherwood to actually have programming there?
So Sherwood has a very healthy teen program. So we have our Supreme Teens, that program out of there. We also have an after school access program, because as you know that there are several elementary schools that are in walking distance of Sherwood. And so in the wintertime, well, that's not necessarily program, but yes. So, but yeah.
You know what I'm getting at. Yeah. So, and Councilmember Trent White, I know I'm out of time, so I'll just wrap up here. In the winter for the last many years, Sherwood has been used as hypothermia shelter. And so the community loses a lot of programming, as we also are trying to figure out how we meet our other needs to make sure that we're creating shelter space. But it does feel like the rec center overall has fewer programming opportunities that are taking place there. And the impact of being the host for that shelter site does have some pretty significant facility impacts on it overall from a high usage standpoint. So would love to follow up with you. Would love to do a walkthrough with you just so we can kind of help put some eyes on a few of those issues. And then again, find some ways to work in partnership to get it where we need it to be. So I appreciate it. Councilmember Chairman White, thank you very much for your time and for this round. And I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm just going to jump in. I got a text from Chairman White inviting me to do that when this time came. Great to see you, Director Freeman. It's been a pleasure working with you. You've always been very responsive to the questions that I have. You don't always give me, what is that song? You don't always give me the answer I'm looking for, but you give me an answer. So thank you for that. You can imagine some of the things that I'm going to ask about. I have a painting over my shoulder of the Jackson Reed campus, so maybe we can start there. I know how hard you've been trying on the Wilson Aquatic Center and all of the effort after we had to close that you went through to try to get it reopened. I think I've said to you, I was surprised at how long it lasted in the heat of the summer. Pleased but surprised, but then it didn't last. And now temperatures are cooling. And so the question becomes whether or not you can reopen the facility before you are able to do the complete repairs, and what is the plan? And you can imagine, I'm sure you get a lot of emails about this. I get a lot of emails about this. Folks want clarity. And so I wonder if you can help explain where you think we are and where we may be able to go on that question.
Good morning, good afternoon, council member. Yes, I knew what you were going to ask, Wilson Pool. While seemingly the temperature is different outside, and to the layperson, it would make sense for us to just open up the facility because it's not so hot outside. That means that the humidity is low, but that's not the case. As you experienced when we did a walkthrough, there are chemicals that's produced by the chlorine, which is called chloramines. And we talked about that. And you noticed when you were in the facility, the eyes were burning, the inhalation, the coughing, all of that is a result of what is required for the repair. So it's not just, it's hot outside, we can't be here. The humidity inside an indoor facility is different. And so at this point, it's just not safe. Now, granted, for the swimmer who's coming to swim a couple of laps and they're there for 45 minutes, it may not feel it. But for an employee who has to work a 8-hour shift, it's just not safe. I know that you've experienced it standing in the space. You're like, wow, it's pretty bad. We have constituents when we do open, they come in and they're coughing because it triggers our asthmatics, and it's just not safe to open at this time. And so therefore we will remain closed until our necessary repairs.
So I guess, I mean, that's the clearest I've heard it. I know that's been your instinct for a bit, but I do hope you can lay it out. Maybe there's some sort of a public statement that you can do where you explain where that you were expected to be closed until the major repairs are done. What's the timetable for the expected repairs? Lots of people out there are frustrated, one, because it's closed, but you have a reason why it's closed. And I think if you laid that out clearly for folks and managed expectations about what's coming next, I think that could be very helpful. So I would encourage you to do that if you can. I have wanted you to reopen, and so I have not wanted to say you're not going to reopen if there was a chance that you might reopen. But clarity from you, I think, would be really important. I get it that you have internal deliberations and you're trying to figure out what's going to happen, and so you're reluctant to speak. It is a challenge because I think that you have to be careful about not speaking too soon, but I think you also need to be careful about not speaking too late, because people want to know, and even bad news, once you tell it, it's better to have it laid out. So I'd encourage you on that. Staying on pools, last summer, you were, again, thank you very much. You extended the Hearst pool hours, and you extended the period that it stayed open, and you also did that at Oxen Run on the days staying open. Back in the day, the East Potomac Park pool stayed open into the fall and was a great resource. Will you consider extending hours at some pools around the city into September of next year, perhaps even October? I thought it was a great innovation this time, and I hope you'll think about doing it again next year.
Thank you. So East Potomac, one caveat, was heated. And so we will look where we can and what makes sense. The temperatures were high this summer. I think around September, the last week, I think even the weather said it's time to close the outdoor pool. And so, but we will look at it. It actually worked and the community loved it. And so we don't have a problem. I think the biggest challenge with that is, remember, we have our lifeguards who are the average age is 16, 17, college students or high school students. So the biggest challenge is staffing, but it did actually work. And so we'll look to redo it where it makes sense again.
Please do. I mean, I think that it was great that you did one in Ward 3. It was great that you did one in Ward 8. And so it's not just the Ward 3 pool that I would urge you to do it, but thinking about strategically extending hours in different places in the city to make it available. September turns out to be a pretty hot month often, and people did enjoy it. So glad to hear that you'll keep it on the table. You talked a little about coordination with DGS. I don't want to get into all of the specifics about maintenance, but maintenance is a challenge. And I hear frequently about maintenance challenges, the field at Hearst, the fence at the Livingston Park, the Chevy Chase Rec Center, and it's good to hear that you're having a weekly meeting where you're talking about what are the things that you can do on these issues. How can you provide us and the public with more transparency about what's going on in terms of these maintenance decisions and timelines? On the DCPS side, we had a lengthy hearing about the work order dashboard, and maybe the DPR stuff is on the same dashboard, but I think creating some kind of a mechanism for transparency about where things are at would be very useful. And are you thinking about any ideas in that space of how we can be letting people know what to be expecting in terms of maintenance generally? This is sort of, that's the case on the Wilson Aquatic Center, but this is for all the other things out there because we hear about them a lot.
Thank you. So we do inform the community. I know you and I have spoken about the Wilson Aquatic Center. We've provided nixles to the public. I think what you're asking is ongoing updates. I think because there has not been any changes to the updates, we have not looked at making an additional update to the non-update. And so, but maybe I hear what you're asking. Additionally, with Hearst, the field, one of the challenges with a field like Hearst is that there is a such thing as overusage. And so when we do maintenance on and reseed the fields, they don't really have an opportunity to rest and then properly grow. And so there's not anytime we've tried to block the field off for reseeding or field maintenance, someone comes along and picks up the stakes and they play anyway. And so we're looking at how we can mitigate that to solve for that. It is a great problem to have, to be highly popular and to want to be used. But to get the field that you want and the conditions that it's optimal, that it requires rest.
So Chairman White, if I can just go for a little bit longer because I have to go to a different hearing. So on this one,
no problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As you know, there was a proposal to turf the field, and I think that your evaluation of that proposal was totally appropriate. But it did raise the idea of, is there a way to get the various stakeholders who are using the field, particularly at a place like Hearst, where it's very challenging because of overusage, to team up to invest in improvements to the field, not turfing, but improvements to the field and maintenance of the field, such that the chances of it succeeding over time are higher. And that's a place where I think that there are people in the community who want to do that. There are some of the leagues that use the field. If we could bring together a group of stakeholders with a proposal for how to improve it, would you be would you be open to I'm not asking you sight unseen to approve it, but would you be open to considering such a thing and talking about such an approach?
So for those who may not know, you're speaking of a proposal that was submitted to DPR to turf for $1 million to turf the field at Hearst for exclusive use. And that was not a partnership that DPR welcomes, although we do look at all partnership offers and review them. Public-private partnerships are great. However, when they ask for exclusive use and they limit the use of public access, that's not a great partnership. But anything, we're always open for partnerships and what makes the most sense, as long as the community and the public, and not a specific subset of the pub, because sometimes I get to say who uses this facility. And that's not the best interest. That's not in the best interest of all the residents. And so, but absolutely, we're always open to how we can improve services.
Okay, well, that's very useful guidance about if we work to try to facilitate something, what kinds of compass points we ought to be using as we're approaching you on that subject. I mean, in a way, it's a good problem to have, but it is a real problem because we have a shortage of fields, and the demand is very, very high. And I look forward to working with you for whatever ways we can to increase that inventory and usability of the fields that we have. So, Chairperson White, thank you very much for the dispensation, and Director Freeman, thank you for your work and your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Freeman. One of the ongoing concerns that we have is about making sure we create adequate spaces and places for our senior citizens, also seasoned citizens, to be valued and have a place in the district. As we know, DC is becoming more and more expensive every day, and our seniors are, most of them who are African American descent, are on fixed incomes and struggling to live here. And I was at the Robert Walker House. Was it Friday? Oh, Friday. I get my days confused, but they were so grateful that you extended the invitation for them to get rides. And we took them to a baseball game, and you got them rides, and they were so grateful because they didn't know how they were gonna get there. All of them couldn't get Metro access to get to that one game, and so they were grateful for that. And so I wanted to know from you, I've been to a number of DPR events with our seasoned citizens. What's your vision to ensure that our seniors who've held it down here when no one else wanted to come to DC, when DC wasn't a $20 billion operation, and they stay here during the long haul, and ensure that we can stay here to take care of them and make them a part of our district, the government's recreation? What's your vision on that?
So many people know me as a youth expert, but I have a special place in my heart for my teenagers. I am named after my beloved grandmother, Thennie, and my other grandmother, Doretha, was my best friend as a child. So they get preference in my heart. I just love, they're just funny, all of the great things, the adjectives, and so much wisdom. I actually meet with retired recreators, women of the recreation who have gone on and worked here 30, 40 years ago as my accountability partners, which most of our seniors are. And so we are intentional about how we service them. I partner with the director, Sharon Hines at DACL. We're also working wherever we can to make sure that our seniors have access to opportunities. What we're learning, in fact, is when we create opportunities for our seniors, they're selling out within 2 hours. Now, that's good for the teenager who's familiar and has access to technology, but it's not so good for the teenager who may not have technology readily. I do know that there are some technology deserts that exist, and they may just not have access to a device or register. And so we're looking at for some of our seasoned citizens to actually going back to having a catalog at sites where we know our teenagers are not necessarily in our system, or they don't have access to the system so that they know what's happening, where there's an opportunity to partner where seniors who may live in a community living facility that may not visit our recreation. That's an opportunity for mobile recreation as well. In partnership, we had our senior prom on a Wednesday night, sold out, highly successful, highly popular, and they were dressed to the nine. Our intergenerational boat ride, we took our seniors to Camp Riverview. They stayed for 3 days, and guess what? They complained. You know why? They said 3 days wasn't enough. They wanted 5. And so we recognize that there's an opportunity to serve them. You joined me for a swimming class that's designed for our teenagers, our Batti Watch, which is our partnership with the UDC. And so we're looking at opportunities to create for them because we recognize the nominal fee that it is for our programs adds to the quality of life for them.
Thank you. And I look forward to doing that again. I do know that our seniors have enjoyed their time and space and places with DPR, and I'm hoping we can continue that throughout the winter time. And I know that some of the seniors here in Ward 8 had expressed access to the pool, and we talked about access to, I put the money in the budget for Blue. Has that been worked out yet? Do you know?
So we have hired, the build out has been done. We have hired the lifeguards, and we're currently training staff, and you should see open community access to that coming really soon. Okay. I do know Newton from Berry Farm Pool wants to come out in the morning as well. So I'm supposed to meet him there. Hopefully you could be there when I be there with him. So he's just been expressing that, I've been texting me, I haven't been back. But people been saying that on social media, and it's been attracting more people. One thing that I was concerned about, I mean, it has gotten a little better, was about salary increases for staff there at DPR. Historically, we've probably made the most improvement in staff salaries in the last 5 years than we did in the last 20 years. And I spoke about this a little earlier about the price of living going up, and we want to make sure those who are dedicated to serving on the front line are able to stay here and grow and be able to get equitable wages in our city. And I want to work with you and Mayor Bowser to ensure that we are working on that every day is around budget, and so we can keep good people here. I think that's important, and you don't have to comment on that because I know that's not all just on you. But that's an area that's near and dear to me as a former employee for DPR, just seeing our frontline workers, and not just in DPR, a lot of other agencies struggling to stay in a city that's changing so rapidly. So I don't know if you have a comment on that, but I want to make that statement. I do want to comment on that. I want to special credit to Directors Anderson and Hunter and yourself, as you know, moving the needle and getting long-term employees who were here looking at right-sizing those grades and making the adjustments and moving them into a category that would allow their pay to be more equitable. And so that is at the top of mind. But I do want to acknowledge my predecessors as well as you for acknowledging that has been an issue and starting that ball already.
Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned technology in the conversation with Councilmember Freeman, and I think that has been one of the barriers to entry for a lot of our families here in Ward 8 when it comes to signing up for summer programming. And I know you have a vision to do something different. Can you speak to that? Because historically, those residents who have the digital divide have been trying to get into programming, but have fallen short because those who are more engaged and more technologically savvy are signing up for summer programming before everyone else. And even for me, it was hard to find a waiver form. And so if it's hard for me to find a waiver form because I read for a living and search the web for a living, I can imagine what's happening with some of us other residents. So if you can speak to that, that'd be helpful.
Thank you. So that is something that I noticed and acknowledged coming to DPR. And I worked with the team, the community registration, the community programs, chief of community programs and his team. So during registration, not only did we have reduced rate registration, we required this, the staff actually went to the communities and registered young families themselves. So we put notices out at Berry Farms. We looked at the map and we looked at the heat map where the technology deserts in this city. I think we got it from Octo. And then we looked at the closest recreation to those centers. And we went in person and we let the ANC commissioners know, we're coming to your ward. Please let your families know we're here to help them enroll, to sign up. These are the requirements to sign, to complete the reduced rate application and to get your child registered. And I know that we saw historical improvements from 7,600 young people to 11,000, and we more than doubled the reduced rate. And that was because of the intentionality in going to communities. And we went on during non-traditional hours. And what's non-traditional hours? So non-traditional hours, normally you're 9 to 5, people work 9 to 5, but we understand in various communities where you may have people who work at the hotels or security guards, they're not working 9 to 5. And so we scheduled hours to support them around non-traditional work schedules. And so it proved to be highly successful. We also had community hours where families could come here, and we also took registration over the phone. So trying to close the the gap, and to make camp more equitable.
Thank you. There has been some talks about our youth football programs as relates to, we have several different leagues, and some of the leagues compete for fields. And we talked about it a little bit about this in this confirmation here, and I don't want to go all into it, but I just want to know, have you been hearing that from the football teams during this football season now? And what's your response to the competing interests, and also, soccer and other sports competing for some of the same spaces?
So Deputy Mayor Paul Kine commissioned a study that was published last year in December 2022, and it actually talks about DPR not being extremely popular and not having the number of fields to fit what the communities desire. And so we know that that's a good problem to have. And so we this year have partnered with our schools, our high schools. And so we're having games at Spingarn, Roosevelt, and other locations to accommodate. So not only do you accommodate the field, but the spectator size. So we recognize that, and we're trying to mitigate that.
Thank you. And also I want to talk about staffing. Because I took a Snapchat at one point, and there were, I guess it was like 62 vacancies in the agency. And we often encounter rec where people feel like, I'm in the rec, but there's not enough staff here compared to the kids here, the programming here. And that varies depending on where you're going. And as I think about here in Ward 8, we're about to build 4 more new recreation centers, and having the foresight to prepare for that during a budget. And as director coming in, I wanted to know, what are your thoughts or vision into ensuring that, one, where we can't staff, where the staff vacancies will get filled, 2, where we don't have the staffing to do those programs, that we're partnering with other organizations that's in the community that may not have space, that can do great work and utilize our facilities. And 3, ensuring that we are prepared to staff these new recreation centers as they come on board in upcoming years. And there are plenty of other ones throughout the city that has very capacity, but I know we have at least 4 coming in Ward 8.
So I think some of our vacancies that you see, we hold pens to accommodate for about 700 staff that we bring on, seasonal staff for the summer. We like to fill positions that are vacant because we know that equals the ability to serve more families. For our new recreation centers coming on board, there's always money allocated to include the hiring of staff for those positions. So I'm confident that when our new facilities open, that should not be a problem. But we are working to fill any and all vacancies that we have. And we're being strategic about what it looks like, because again, what a rec creator looked like 10 years ago is a little different. For now, our youth are changing, and so our staffing model is changing.
And I think that hiring people that's from the community that are qualified, that can provide services is critical to ensuring that people from the community engage into our recs. And I'm concerned that once we get these recs, that we should start the process now, so that I guess when the building gets built, there's already relationship and training, and they know the culture and what it requires for DPR, instead of have to shift somebody from one rec to another rec or hire new people at the last minute. And I want to work on that before budget season comes, so I can get an idea on this side how I can be helpful. And there's also some sentiments that, this job has been posted, I've applied, I haven't heard anything back, or those type of things. So I want to work through that as well, Director.
Thank you. One thing that I've heard that as well. And as I've shared with staff who apply for positions, there is a metric and there's a scoring mechanism that goes through DCHR. And what we're doing, we recognize that staff will apply for positions, and when asked questions, tell us about your experience, the response may be, I work here. And, so we're offering classes to staff so that they can learn how to successfully apply and compete, because as opportunities come, they should have an opportunity. But some of it is just understanding how to do it. And so that is the workforce lens that I understand and recognize that. So we want to create it and build it so that they'll have a better understanding of how it works. And I'll also tell you, we do want DC residents. That is our first, we want DC residents first. And so, we want to support our DC residents who want to be here, who want to grow and thrive. I am proud that I have matriculated through DC government in my career, and I think it's only fair to reach back and share that same opportunity for others.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you, Director, for engaging my colleagues and I in this meaningful conversation as we hear and listen to your heartbeat. I mean, it is refreshing to see a Washingtonian lead in an agency like this, in a capacity that's touching all individuals from all across the city. And I think that we are encouraged. I know I am. And you can tell by the witnesses who testified today. And so any way I can be helpful to you, if confirmed, lean on me, because I know and I've been there and embraced your leadership, hands-on in the community. Please do that. And for a final note to this roundtable, if anyone cannot testify and would like to testify, want to be included on the official record, you can email this committee as the Committee on Recreation, Libraries and Youth Affairs at RYA@dccouncil.gov. The official record will be closed Tuesday, October the 24th at 5 p.m. Any final remarks, Director?
Again, I just like to thank Mayor Bowser for appointing me for this opportunity. I am truly humbled. I do believe that the highest form of leadership is service. And I'm just excited to serve with our community, to stand. And I will tell you, the heartfelt watching those young people who were once participants who are now homeowners was really something to see. And so I graciously and humbly thank you and your committee members for your time today.
Thank you. With no other business before this committee, this roundtable the time is now 3:12 p.m. and this roundtable is adjourned. Thank you for those who testified. Have a blessed day. Be safe. God bless.